Welcome to Astros Baseball on Root Sports. Charlie Morton, you see him there making his way out. He'll be making his first official regular season start for the Houston Astros. It's day 3, and the skies are clear. A very cool night here at Minute Maid Park, so the roof is open. It's a beautiful day for baseball and a beautiful night for tonight's matchup between the Seattle Mariners and the Houston Astros. They're a perfect 2-0 to start the season, but if you start talking to these guys and ask them how they feel, they don't feel like they're perfect yet. But that is what they're striving to do each and every day this season. You know, falling short last year. Didn't sit well with these guys. Just a few games of the postseason. Started thinking back. What can we do different? How can we get back to the playoffs? Well, skipper AT HOU had a meeting with his team the very first day of spring training, right before that first workout. And preparation was a word that they all heard several times. It's a word we'll all hear as the season goes along. This work that they need to put in starts well before the first pitch is thrown every night. What's it going to take to gain the extra 90 feet? How can this team go from good to elite? The talent is there in all 30 teams, but how do you separate yourselves from the pack? That's the message this year. It was loud and clear, and the goal, the immediate goal for this team was to get out to a good start, get out on the right foot. They remember how tough it was to bounce back from a really rough first month last season. They're 2 games in, and there's still a long way to go, but they're heading in the right direction. Like I said, Charlie Morton on the mound. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum will join you from the booth in just a few minutes. Stay right there.
HEB. No store does more than my HEB. And by Southwest Airlines. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Everything has gone exactly according to plan through 2 games in 2017. And another big piece of the puzzle could fall into place tonight. Plummer and I will be back to talk about that as first pitch heads your way next. 2019 season. So far, so good. Houston starting out 2-0 against the Seattle Mariners. Todd Callis alongside Jeff Blum. When you look at the first two games, Blummer, only 5 runs scored offensively, but that's been enough because the pitching has been stellar.
Pitching's been great, and it was kind of interesting talking to AJ about how that game went last night. They were 0 for 0 with runners in scoring position and yet scored 2 runs. He'd like to see a couple more guys on base when they start hitting those bombs.
1 run allowed in the first 2 games. That means the starting pitching has been on point.
It's been extremely good, and there were a lot of questions about Dallas Keuchel, how he was going to come into this season, but spring training went well for him, and then we saw him achieve what he wanted to do in opening day. He wanted to put on a great performance. He did with the arm, and he also did with the glove. He had great defense behind him, but he did a good job of getting that ground ball when he needed it. Lance McCullers backed him up. There was a lot of questions about him and how he was going to go out there and handle it. He actually had a lot more adversity to deal with than Dallas Keuchel did. There were some errors behind him, some balls that weren't hit very hard that ended up being hits, but he was able to pitch around damage. Tonight we have a chance to see Charlie Morton tonight. Tell us what he's got, Todd.
Charlie Morton's a guy we're really looking forward to seeing him tonight because he's kind of an unknown quantity. He only pitched a few starts last year for the Phillies, but what we saw in the spring was very impressive.
It was very impressive. The biggest thing for me, and we'll look for it tonight, is velocity out of Charlie Morton's arm. He had basically a full year off. Looks to have covered. Hopefully he's recovered, and hopefully he's 100% for this season.
He's got a really good moving fastball. His miles per hour has really ramped up the last couple of years. And for Morton, he'll make his first start tonight for the Houston Astros. It's also his first start ever against the Seattle Mariners, so a chance to face a team that really doesn't have the book on him per se, as the Astros take the field. And there is number 50, Charlie Morton, who will make the 3rd start of the season for the Houston Astros. He has a lot to really look forward to this season after what was an outstanding Grapefruit League season.
No, he had a great spring training, and like we said, he was out all last season basically with a torn hamstring. So he had some time to rehab that, get himself right, got himself a 2-year contract here with the Houston Astros. But there's the numbers we're talking about. In those 5 starts, yes, the ERA is great, but check out that whip. Under a 1 is a beautiful thing, but the opponent batting average with that heavy sinker ball that he does have, where he creates a very high ground ball percentage, is a great thing here at Minute Maid Park. What we're going to look for tonight, and what you've heard A.J. Hinch talk about, is he going to have the ability to get that 12-6 breaking ball over that he likes to throw almost 26% of the time. Does have a changeup, maybe a split finger with a different kind of hold. We'll have a chance to take a peek at that too, but he is basically sinkers, slider, a little bit of a cut to that slide, and the breaking ball to put guys away. But again, Astros defenders are used to being on their toes with the pitchers here at Minute Maid Park. They pitch to contact, and they pitch to use that defense. And hopefully after last night's miscues, they're ready to go.
Mariners have the same 9 in the lineup for the 3rd straight day. There's a little bit of a change at the bottom in that Jonas Martin will be the 9-hitter as he and Gerard Dyson will offer some speed at the bottom half. Gene Segura, the only guy with really many at-bats in his career against Charlie Morton coming over from the National League. Mitch Haniger, Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, Danny Valencia, and Mike Zunino, the rest of the Mariners lineup for the former Astros catcher Scott Servais in his 2nd year as the skipper in Seattle. Beautiful night here tonight at Minute Maid Park in Houston. The coolest night so far of the first 3 games. 73 degrees, 30% humidity. There is a wind factor. We'll see if that plays inside Minute Maid Park tonight. A 23-mile-an-hour wind from the northwest. And Charlie Morton throws his first pitch as a Houston Astro, and Segura swings through it, 0-1. Mentioned Segura has faced Morton a bit in his career. He's only 3 for 22 lifetime against Charlie, including 0 for his last 9. Nobody else in this Seattle lineup has more than 3 at-bats career against the right-hander. See those numbers? Morton has had the better of them. When Charlie Morton's on, he gets a lot of ground balls, tries to shoot the corner outside, and no chase from Segura at 1-2. Morton, a 33-year-old, started his career with the Atlanta Braves in 2008. Has spent the majority of his career with the Pittsburgh Pirates, 2009 through 15. Last year he was a Philly, but only made 4 starts before a season-ending injury to his left hamstring. Ended up having surgery in early May. Again away, it's 2-2.
I think that pitch right there qualifies as that slider. Kind of sweeps across. There is a little bit of depth to it, but it's just something to offset that good arm side run that he has on that sinker. Works to that outside corner.
He's not gotten the chase yet from Segura. You can see he starts his delivery on the far side, on the first base side of the rubber. And that's 3 in a row outside with that same slider you spoke of, and Segura has not offered.
Yeah, we've yet to see that 12-6 breaking ball, but I'm sure he's going to come with the fastball right here.
Look at how far over he is. That's about as far to the first base side as you can get and still be legal. On the ground, fair ball down the right field line. Segura has a single as George Springer gets the ball back in quickly. He's a leadoff base runner for the Mariners.
Take a look at some of those pitches on our MD Anderson strike zone. 2 pitches in the zone. You can see the movement, and that's probably the toughest thing for some of these guys that throw these heavy sinkers, to keep it in the zone. Got to work on that release point. I think even Segura was surprised that he made contact with that, let alone kept it fair.
Mitch Haniger, the batter. See his numbers last year with the Diamondbacks. Number 2 hitter for the 3rd straight night in the Seattle lineup. Haniger and Segura coming over in an offseason trade. Ketel Marte and Taijuan Walker going from Seattle to Arizona. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike. We did not have Charlie Morton on any of our 10 Root Sports spring training telecasts. So this will be, for you viewers, our first live look at Charlie Morton. But he was very impressive in the starts that he made in Florida. Really has that velocity where it was last year. And that velocity last year as a 32-year-old was higher than it had been at any point of his career.
What kind of rec specs is Yuli Gurriel working with?
I think that was the giveaway at him tonight. 2-2 pitch. 1 hopper. Correa. Altuve. The turn not in time. Haniger good speed beating the relay.
Pretty good effort up the middle. The shift was on against Haniger. You can see Altuve kind of a funky turn as he gets to the bag, keeping his eye on Carlos as he gives him the flip. And Haniger can run a little bit. Just beats that throw. Kind of handcuffed Yuli too. He wasn't able to really stretch out there and get that ball early.
Maybe the specs.
Could be. Saw the ball late.
Runner on with 1 out, and here's Robbie Cano. Cano facing Charlie Morton for the first time. The other 2 guys, in addition to Gene Segura, who have faced Morton in this lineup as Haniger gets back. Nelson Cruz, a cleanup hitter, just 3 ABs. And Gerard Dyson, the number 8 hitter, with 2 ABs. So advantage Morton tonight as he goes through this lineup for the first time. Been in the National League his entire career. Breaking ball, called strike, 0-1. In fact, not only has Morton been in the National League his entire career, as you see that big looping curveball that catches the outer half.
It's a little more of that traditional breaking ball from Charlie Morton. Good location on that on the outside corner.
He's made 161 career starts, all in the NL, and then in spring training, every one of his outings came against National League teams. There goes the runner Haniger, swing and a miss from Cano. The throw by Gaddis sails into center field. Haniger holds on at second. That'll be a stolen base for the rookie. That's his first major league steal.
I would expect the Seattle Mariners to test Evan Gaddis. We saw him throw well in spring training. This ball just left a little bit too quickly out of that right hand of Evan Gaddis. Good job by Carlos deking Haniger, keeping him at second base. Still a pretty good pitch from. It's actually a really good pitch for Haniger to run on with the breaking ball, but it was a great pitch from Charlie to get that swing and miss.
Last year, Gaddis threw out almost half the base runners that attempted to steal on him. He caught 13 out of 28, 46.4%. Cano swings through that pitch, and Charlie Morton has his first strikeout facing Cano for the first time, gets him on 3 pitches.
Let's take a look and see who's playing behind Charlie Morton today. Out in the outfield, you're going to see that defensive outfield A.J. Hinch likes. Reddick, Marisnick, Springer across the infield. The usual suspects with Bregman and Correa on the left side, Altuve and Gurriel on the right. And you already had a chance to see Evan Gattis working with Charlie Morton behind home plate.
Brian McCann started the first 2 games behind the dish. Really worked incredibly well with both Dallas Keuchel and Lance McCullers. Pitch in the dirt, blocked by Evan Gattis.
This is what I'm talking about on that stolen base. The ball well over Correa's head, but on our Mattress Firm Supermo, you have a chance to see how he kept the glove on him, even without the baseball. That tells the base runner that he might have the ball in his glove, keep him close. A little part of the game being played out there. But it was a good job by Haniger looking to center field just to see if he can see the ball.
Broken bat, Altuve in the shift to his right, throws off balance, perfect strike, and that'll do it for Seattle in the first. 1 hit, 1 left on. Astros come to bat in the bottom half. Presented by Southwest Airlines. George Springer will lead things off tonight for the Astros. Alex Bregman follows, and then Jose Altuve sitting at 199 career stolen bases. Carlos Correa, Carlos Beltran, Yuli Gurriel, Evan Gattis, Josh Reddick, and the first start of the year for Jake Marisnick.
That lineup's going to match up against left-hander James Paxton. He is a 28-year-old left-hander for the Seattle Mariners. Used to have that high prospect label on him. Now they're trying to get him to go deep into these seasons. Last year in his career against the Houston Astros, he's 1-2 with a 4.2 or 4.88. But in his career, he has limited right-handers to a 240 average, but left-handers hitting over 300 against him. Kind of an interesting number. He's a power arm, throws in the mid to high 90s. Also has a slider, curve, and a changeup.
Starts out George Springer with a fastball. Springer has a couple of home runs in his career against Paxton.
Apo Taco. It's nice when these guys provide a little bit of velocity in the zone for you. You have Springer's pop, you can go anywhere.
One at Seattle was in middle of July. The other one in late September, final start of the year for Paxton. He's ahead of Springer, no balls and 2 strikes. George does have 10 career leadoff home runs, including one this season to open up. Opening day, ground ball to Segura. He makes the play for the first out. You know, Paxton's kind of an interesting guy. You mentioned they want to see him go through a full season. He has not been healthy for a full year, but if he is, a lot of people in Seattle feel like this guy could be as good as their 1 or 2 starters.
Yeah, they've been anticipating having him for a full season. He has that kind of stuff that fastball in the mid to high 90s is a beautiful thing, but he also has the off-speed pitches to back it up. Seen some highlights of him pitching in the last couple of years, taking 2 hitters deep in the ball games.
So far, pounding the strike zone. First 4 pitches for strikes, 0-1. Last year for Paxton was his best ever in terms of first pitch strike percentage, 62.4%. Walked 2 or fewer in 19 of his 20 starts. So he's a guy that's really learned to command the zone as he's grown up in the big leagues. Bregman fouls one away. It's 1-2.
You see the size and you see the velocity. You think David Price, you think Chris Sale. But you can see when that fastball is in the zone, the opponent average against it is 316. So they have a tendency to pick that pitch up good.
In the air, foul and out of play. Bregman 1 for 7 in the early part of the season. Making a start in the 3rd straight game as the number 2 hitter. That's in the dirt. How about the guys that aren't in the lineup today? Brian McCann, home run to left field last night. Marwin Gonzalez, home run to left field last night. We're good.
What have you done for me lately?
Right? We're good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We had a special name for a manager that would do that. We call him the cooler.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Bregman. Just when we were talking about Paxton's control, Bregman has a full count. And there's ball 4. There you go. 1 out base runner for Alex Bregman and the Astros. When you think about the first 2 games of this series, and all we talked about leading into the series was offense, offense, offense. And we've had a total of 6 runs in 2 games.
No, you got to give a little credit to the other side. There is going to be good pitching around the league that can't stifle this Astros lineup. But I also like the fact that we saw the first game, the top portion of the order did a very good job. The bottom portion did the job last night. But it's going to happen. You're going to run into good pitching every once in a while. But I think these guys are going to be able to make the adjustment. I think you see the camaraderie between these guys. There's going to be a lot of conversations on how to beat these pitchers.
Jose Altuve swing and a miss, 0-1. It's nice when your offense isn't clicking on all cylinders to be 2-0. That's where the Astros are right now.
Yeah.
4 solo home runs and a sacrifice fly.
Well, isn't that a perfect world where your offense can kind of sputter a little bit, but your pitching picks them up in those tight ball games? So later on in the season, you're hoping these guys score maybe 7 or 8 runs to pick up a 5-run earned run night for somebody.
No doubt about it. A.J. Hinch very confident that this offense will produce. May even come as early as tonight. But they'll take 2 wins, and thanks to Dallas Keuchel, Lance McCullers Jr. and the rest of the bullpen. 1 run allowed in 18 innings. You have to go back to 1979, the last time an Astros team pitched 2 games, only allowing 1 run in the first 2 games of the season.
Wow.
J.R. Richard won 2-1, and Ken Forsch won 1-0 against the Braves. How about those 2?
J.R. Richard?
J.R.
The number? Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable.
So Keuchel and McCullers match what J.R. and Ken Forsch did. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Gets away from Zunino, and Alex Bregman moves up. That was a nice aggressive base running move.
I'll be curious if they give him a stolen base on that. He got such a good jump. They actually gave it a wild pitch with that ball being in the dirt, but he got it a great jump. That gives you an idea of a guy who is out there. Watch the secondary. He is anticipating ball in the dirt. And that's great. With the left-handed pitcher, it's going to be tough to steal those bases, take advantage of that ball in the dirt.
In the air to right center field. Going back on the play is Haniger, right in front of the track, makes the play. The ball struck pretty well by Altuve. On the fly out, Bregman moves to 3rd.
Were you as shocked as I was how far that ball went?
That really carried.
It didn't look like Altuve put his A+ swing on that, but he got a barrel to it pretty quickly, and the ball went almost to the bullpen wall. Slider, that's a good old-fashioned cement mixer. Almost looked like Altuve was anticipating break, recognized that it wasn't doing it, still got the barrel to it. And that's what I love about Altuve is He's one of the few guys in the big leagues, years past and currently, that has an innate ability to get the barrel to the baseball wherever it is.
Yeah, impressive on the carry on that fly ball to right. Now here's Carlos Correa. Fastball swings through it, 0-1. Here's where the 90 feet Bregman took going from first to second can play in, because Correa may see an extra fastball or two in this AB, because Paxton with a runner on third and 2 outs doesn't want to bounce one in the dirt.
Doesn't want to bounce one in the dirt. The infield is playing back. This plays right into the RBI dream house.
Called strike. Correa didn't like that call, as he has a word or two for home plate umpire Doug Eddings. Eddings behind the dish. Corey Blazer at first. Crew chief Jeff Nelson at second, and Laz Diaz at third. The crew chief will see all 4 guys get a chance behind the plate at one point in this 4-game series. On the hands, a little grounder towards first, where Danny Valencia calls off his pitcher, and that'll do it for the Astros in the first. A walk and 1 man left on.
Top of the second, Charlie Morton gets back to work, who in 5 starts this spring training posted a 1.04 ERA. But after asking him yesterday how he felt about it, wasn't all that great for him. He said he wasn't as efficient as he would have liked to have been, especially against right-handed hitters. Usually a lot better against them. So something to watch as this game goes on. Also, guys, AJ saying today, after seeing Charlie up close and personal, getting to really know him, he found him to be more of a cerebral guy, one that really thinks things through, and then his stuff was a lot more advanced than he had thought originally. So all good things, guys.
All right, Julia, Kyle Seager takes a pitch for a called strike, 0-1. And Julia, you got to learn a little bit about Charlie Morton too. He seems like an interesting interview where he's very honest, right?
Very honest. Almost catch you off guard honest. No, really interesting to talk to though, because he is so honest. And like I said, how'd spring training go? Thinking he had to have felt great. You know, coming off a year, we had some the injury issues, and then what he was able to do of what we were able to see, and then he was just, nope, that's not where I want to be. And so I like that about him. And so it'll be interesting to get to know this guy as the year goes on. 1-1
count to Seager. I also like when Julia talked to him about his velocity being raised the last year plus this spring, and he's like, I wish I knew how I did it. He really didn't know.
Stay right there.
He said, I don't know.
I just
that
ignorance is bliss.
Right. That answer is just fine.
It was.
If you don't know, he's not going to make it up.
He's ahead of Kyle Seager, 1-2 to start this second inning. And he goes with a high fastball, and it's out of play. Evan Gattis getting his first chance to work behind the plate tonight. He has big shoes to fill, as Brian McCann has an 0.50 ERA for his team pitching staff coming into the season.
How do you know that's not Brian McCann?
That's a good point. They could switch jerseys and no one would know.
There you go.
If some, although when they go up to the plate,
it might be a little awkward for McCann to swing right-handed.
Ground ball right side. Gurriel will take it himself as he waves off Charlie Morton for the first out. Take a look at the velocity with Charlie Morton, and at age 32, all of a sudden, boom.
I'm telling you, it might have something to do with the rehab that he had to do last year, and all of a sudden he's 100% going into spring training, because that is a massive jump. It's not too often you see guys, not necessarily in the latter part of his career, but late in his career, where he gains 3.3 miles an hour. That was a great surprise for A.J. Hinch. He was shocked by it, but it's a beautiful thing that he's still been able to maintain the movement with that pitch, too.
Julia?
Well, another thing Charlie said when talking about his velocity.
Be a new segment.
Well, this one threw me off a little bit too. He said that he's actually lost a lot of weight over the years. And so it's confusing guys that he used to pitch with or play with, because they're wondering, why are you throwing harder now being skinnier? So throw that into the mix. Try to figure that one out.
He's an enigma.
He is.
He just
Charlie
threw that,
Enigma.
he just threw the last pitch 96. This is a guy that
he's throwing 96 and losing weight. I mean, nobody's going to be happy with him.
That one is 95 and lined into the crowd. There was a one-hand catch by a fan with a beverage in his left hand and a baseball in his right. That's the way to go to the ballpark.
We call that skills.
Watch this.
You watch it. Wow, extended too, and robbed it from the guy behind him.
The guy behind him was going for the left hand, one hand, bare hand.
Send him a contract.
That's a serious snag out there. Good hands early from the crowd here at Minute Maid Park. Called third strike. Morton gets his second strikeout, getting Valencia looking.
I think that's what surprised us most, is that Charlie Morton all of a sudden turned into a strikeout pitcher too. Great location, and you could see kind of center cut, but down in the strike zone, in that bottom third of the zone that you like to see it. But guys aren't picking up the velocity. They're not picking up the movement, because those are relatively decent pitches to hit, but you're seeing guys take them. But in talking about kind of deceiving, he's a ground ball pitcher who struck a bunch of guys out in spring.
In the air to deep left center field. This one is off the fence in front of the visitors' bullpen. And on the first pitch, Mike Zunino has a 2-out double.
I think that's been, in the years we've seen Zunino playing in the American League West, this is his MO. He can hit the heater, has a tough time when the ball starts to wrinkle a little bit or change speeds, but he can ambush with the best of them.
He's got a lot of pop.
He really does. He puts on a prodigious batting practice.
Double-digit home run seasons the last 3 years with the Mariners. He's on second base with 2 outs, and now Morton will deal with Gerard Dyson. In the air, foul into the crowd, 0-1. Dyson had been the 9-hitter the first 2 nights. Scott Servais kind of mixing up the bottom third of his order tonight, with Dyson moving up 1 spot and Leonys Martin dropping down 2 spots. Servais looking for something from this Seattle offense, which last year was 3rd in the American League in runs scored and has a total of 1 run this season. There's a pitch that misses away, 1-1.
Yeah, you talk about that offense and their ability to score runs last year. We've heard Jerry DiPoto, he's talked about it in articles and said that he wanted more outfield defense.
In the air, shallow center. Marisnik comes in. Correa goes out. It's the shortstop who calls off the center fielder. And that'll do it for Seattle here in the second. 1 man left on base. We're still scoreless. Dollar Dog Night. Really? That looks like a bowling night. That looks like he's got 10 pins there.
Is there a limit? My goodness.
Only 2 for him?
Well, he said that was the second round.
How about that? Dollar Dog Night. Take advantage Wednesday nights. Carlos Beltran swings through the first offering from James Paxton. 0-1. That was impressive. He had them all under control too.
Experienced veteran there.
Yeah, that may have happened prior to tonight. Pitch upstairs. It's a ball and a strike. We were impressed watching James Paxton in the first inning with a ride on his fastball.
It's good. Yeah, we call it ride. And as a hitter, you say the ball almost rises when they have a four-seam fastball. Much like that when you saw right there to Carlos Beltran. Kind of explodes a la Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan. These guys had big power fastballs. But essentially, he throws it so hard and creates so much backspin, which is another good spin rate type conversation. It planes out. It doesn't really dip.
On the ground on the breaking ball, fielded by Seager. He throws across for the first out. Look at that velo from the lefty.
Almost 97 out of the left-hander. I was going to tell you to look at it, but you're already looking at it.
I am. But no, that's impressive. That's legit
again,
right there.
You know, starting pitchers. Because I would imagine Aroldis Chapman's got to be somewhere in the vicinity of that. He's got a pretty good left arm too. But how do these guys do that? I mean, that's a lot of left-handers. Back when I came up and started playing the game, but when I broke into the big leagues, there were not left-handers that came out that threw that hard. The only guy that did played for the Astros, Billy Wagner, and he was a freak.
Then you had Randy Johnson come into the picture too. He threw hard, but it was unusual. It was
two guys out of the entire major leagues, and now you've got 4 or 5 guys on a list that are making it 93 plus.
Broken bat past Gary Pettis at third. It's 1-2. When you were talking last half inning, we caught the tail end of the top of the second. You were talking about how outfield defense was emphasized this year for Seattle, and last year they scored 768 runs. They've struggled the first couple of days to score runs.
Yeah, the name that jumped out to me was a guy named Seth Smith, left-handed hitter who absolutely destroyed Astros pitching. He did a great job hitting in Safeco Field. But there was an article that came out on ESPN.com where Dipoto actually said, and they do a lot of data analytics now with Dipoto in Seattle, and he said that they can offset the run production by being able to save runs. So they emphasized on the defensive side.
Gene Segura, one of the additions to the team in this offseason, makes the play from short, and there's 2 away.
And it's a long season. You got to see if that plays out. But he's got history to go by, where numbers say defensive runs saved will outweigh how many runs an outfield can create.
It's always interesting when teams tinker, because ideally you're just trying to get more runs scored than the runs you have allowed. So runs created versus runs allowed, whether it's pitching a defense or offense, you try and find that right balance every year.
Yeah, and they already have 3 guys in the middle of their lineup in the Cano, Cruz, Seager situation. They've added Danny Valencia, who had taken over for Logan Morrison as a guy that destroyed the Astros too, and a good left-handed hitter. But you need guys, you need a supporting cast around them, and the Astros found that out last year. They've made the additions to the bottom third of their order. Now they've got one of the deeper lineups in all of baseball. There's spots in this Seattle Mariner lineup where you can pick and choose who you're going to go after and who you're not going to let beat you.
There's that good fastball. Look at that 98 on our gun.
And how easy does it look? It's just a fluid motion with the ball jumping out of his hand.
Evan Gattis getting a start tonight. Down to the count 1-2. Second straight night Gattis has started his first behind the plate. Zunino tried to bring that one in, but called a ball. It's 2-2. Astros looking for their first hit this evening. James Paxton has thrown 7 first pitch strikes in the first 7 hitters he has faced. Line drive, fair ball down the left field line, caught by a fan, which will result in a ground rule double. As Evan Gattis has the Astros' first hit. He's a 2-out base runner here in the second.
It's kind of funny to hear the fans booing. They're probably booing because they wanted to see if Evan was going to go for a triple. He lit it up a couple years ago, but good piece of hitting, staying on the off-speed pitches. We talk about staying through the zone. That was a good job by Evan. You see how far out in front he actually made contact with that baseball. Little fan interaction.
So now 2 outs, a runner on second, and Josh Reddick the batter. You heard Jeff earlier talk about how James Paxton has reverse splits in his career. Lefties have as good a chance, if not a better chance, against Paxton over the years of getting a base hit, and here Reddick has a chance at an RBI with a runner in scoring position. In the air to right center field, but over comes Haniger to make the play. Hit well, but caught by the Seattle right fielder. So we're through 2, 0-0. Park, Mariners and the Astros. We are happy to be joined by Brianna Carbonell here in the booth, Senior Manager, Promotions and Events. Brianna, we have a big weekend coming up with the Royals in town, right?
We sure do. We got a lot of really exciting things for fans, and we kick it off this weekend with our Big and Bright Friday nights. So kind of making Minute Maid Park the destination to be on Friday nights. So it starts with our Budweiser pregame. There's the fireworks spectacular that kind of caps it all off. But, you know, it's really the place to be on a Friday. You come to the ballpark when gates open at 5, and we kick it off with a Budweiser pregame happy hour. So a lot of really great drink specials over in the new center field area with our Budweiser Brew House and the Budweiser Batter's Eye Bar. That's really a cool place for people to check out the game or, you know, just enjoy a good beverage. And so we've got really good food specials there. So from 5 to 7, people can check that out. We've got a DJ there, so it should be a lot of fun.
And thank you very much, because I'm kind of new to Houston, for bringing out the welcome mat.
Oh, yeah, anytime. So 10,000 fans will get this welcome mat presented by Waste Management, and it should be a good kickoff to the season, right?
It's in the home plate.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Home plate shape. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to block your face.
No,
here.
we can do that. It's a better picture that way.
Yeah, so it should be a fun giveaway for 10,000 fans here on Friday night.
That one's actually pretty clever.
Thanks.
Home plate. You thought of that, right?
I mean, you know.
Yeah, a little bit to do with it, right?
I had 1 or 2 things to do with it.
So, Brianna, Big and Bright Friday nights are bigger and brighter than ever this year,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. So another part of our Big and Bright Friday nights is, I mentioned the happy hour, but we also have our Stro Zone, which is a new fan section that we're kicking off this year. So it'll be every Friday night, and fans can sit in the mezzanine section and get a T-shirt and a foam H's hand, which is pretty neat. So, you know, Texas, a lot of the colleges have their kind of hand signals that they like to throw up. So Houston, H-Town, has their own one. So we've created these foam hands to kind of get people into the H-Town pride. So,
nice.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. So you'll get that. You'll get that foam hand that you see here.
Ground ball to Yuli Gurriel, who makes the play to Morton to get Martin for the first out in the third.
All right, so here's our foam H's in the hand. Yeah, there we go.
There you go, Blummer.
So That'll be, there you go.
Way better than mine. Way better than mine.
I mean, it was perfect. And then I'm also going to show you here the T-shirt design for this Friday's section.
Now, this is cool because every Friday is a different T-shirt, right?
Yep. Every Friday will be
nice.
a unique T-shirt design. So this is the one for this Friday. And, you know, if you look to the back, it kind of has the date stamp there. So Strozone, discounted ticket, $30 this Friday. You get this T-shirt, you get the foam H hand, and really a great experience up in the mezzanine.
If fans want to get here early, right from work, the gates open as early as 5.
Correct.
And that's really when things start happening with the Budweiser happy hour.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. We got music, we got cornhole, we got giant Jenga. It's really going to be a cool destination for folks to check out. And they get to see the new center field renovations if they haven't come out already.
DJ on hand?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Complete with a DJ.
Nice. So 10,000 fans get the Astros welcome mat. It's a big and bright Friday night. We have the Stros fan section. We have the Friday night fireworks. We have the Budweiser happy hour. That's all on Friday.
That's just Friday. We're just getting started.
What happens on Saturday?
On Saturday, we have our Altuve Handshake Series bobblehead, which is a really unique bobblehead. We have it connecting to a Correa bubble that'll be given out on July 15th. But there it is there. 10,000 fans will get that. You know, want to showcase Altuve and Correa's personality on the field. They have that kind of signature handshake that they do, and so this one will Blummer, my model over here.
High five, little fella.
Yeah, that's exactly what that's going to look like.
Yeah,
It looks like him.
I mean, you know, we try to do our best to make it look exactly like them. The bobblehead process is always a fun one. So.
How so?
Oh, you know, the details are interesting, and you only see a clay shape of them until they kind of get painted. And so you're hoping you've captured the features and you've gotten, you know, all the details when it comes to, you know, their leg shape and their uniform detail and their facial structure.
How involved is the player in the bobblehead?
They are not very involved, to be honest. You know, the details are the little things, but they
most
matter.
important thing.
Yeah.
27.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
And then make sure you're there for the corresponding Carlos Correa handshake bobblehead.
Exactly.
Believe it.
July 15th, so that's
July
gonna be
15th is the other date to keep in mind. And then Saturday will be the second start for Dallas Keuchel.
Yep, so we're kicking off Keuchel's Corner. It's a discounted ticket, and then you get your T-shirt and beard like we've done in years past. So this is going to be a new T-shirt design that fans can enjoy for April and May. So there it is on the screen. Really kind of a fun play with a beard and a baseball, and, you know, fans can come out and cheer on our bearded pitcher.
I love that first shot. He's one of the few pitchers in MLB who you can see his shadow and know who it is.
Yeah.
That first shot was
Very
pretty
true, yeah.
That was pretty. And as Charlie Morton delivers the 3-1 pitch, ball 4 outside to Mitch Haniger, he's a 2-out base runner. And in addition to all of this, Brianna, center field has been widely popular so far this year.
It's been really great, and hopefully our fans can come out and check that out throughout the season. But really, really neat opportunities for folks, and it's just a cool way to catch the game. You know, whether, like I said earlier, the Budweiser Batter's Eye Bar that people can go up there. Torchy's is new, and you know who doesn't love Torchy's in Texas and Houston
really
necessarily. So we're really excited to have Torchy's here. We have Shake Shack, which is on the main concourse level, but really all of those areas you can check out and kind of get a new game experience.
Other than Torchy's, what's your favorite part about the new center field?
I really like the Batter's Eye. You know, with the new ivy wall, I think that's really a neat addition to our ballpark. And, you know, people can go up there. They can stand on the stairwell that wraps around that elevator tower that leads up to that really cool new Star H that we brought into the ballpark. So, you know, it's a much more kind of free-flowing space for folks to check out.
Fans are definitely flocking to that area in the first 3 games of this season. If you want more information on the promotions that we've been talking about this half inning, go to astros.com/promotions. Tonight, as Robinson Cano chops one towards Morton, that's going to end the inning. Tonight's our first dollar dog night. That's been hugely popular. We already saw fans with their dollar dogs. Brianna, thank you as always for joining us.
Thank you
Nice
for
work.
having me.
There they
Good seeing
go.
you.
Dollar dogs by the dozens. Scoreless in the 3rd.
between the Mariners and the Astros. And coming into 2017, you might have thought this lineup should be pretty much set, right? Well, not just yet. In 3 days, we've seen 3 different lineups for the Houston Astros. AJ saying that he promised himself that here in these first 3 games, he would get everyone in the starting lineup. Bullpen obviously a little bit tougher, but those guys are definitely dying to get in the games as well. But it's something that he learned last year and something that he's learned from years past. April can be tough, especially coming off that spring training. Guys who usually don't play every day are playing every day and getting their work in, and then having to go to the bench and maybe coming up and pitch hitting in a tough situation. So in order for these guys to feel good, get in a rhythm, he's trying to just get everyone out there, and so they'll have a smoother April, guys.
Jake Marisnick in his first 2017 at bat pops one up on the right side. Robinson Cano makes the play for the first out. He almost deked Danny Valencia for a second. Robbie's so nonchalant on those pop-ups that
he really is, man.
Valencia almost went after it at the last second.
The game's not that easy, but Robinson Cano has a tendency to make it look easy.
Danny learning the nuances of playing next to Robbie Cano. One out here in the third. Here's George Springer back to the top of the order. Astros so far with a walk and a double. The walk was issued to Alex Bregman, the double by Evan Gattis. As Springer takes a breaking ball for a called strike, 0-1. And Paxton just pouring in the first pitch strikes. 9 of the first 10 hitters have seen a strike to go to 0-1. And now Paxton ahead 0-2. Any pitcher works better when you get ahead of the count, but when you have 97 heat like that, to follow up with an 0-1 pitch, kind of lethal. And there's a fastball that misses inside, 1-2.
Whew. I feel the same way, George. 97 down and in. Some say good take. Some say I had no chance.
That was a defensive swing. Springer just staying alive, looking for a better pitch. 98 on the outer half.
Yeah, I've had conversations. You know, you play with enough teams, you end up kind of crossing over and facing some guys. I remember Woody Williams when he was with St. Louis, faced him a couple times in spring trainings, and I took a couple pitches, and I was on a team with him later in San Diego and here in Houston. And he says, you know, you took a couple pitches back then. He goes, were you laying off that because you saw it that good out of my hand? I said, Woody, I had no idea how I was going to even try and hit that ball, so I took it.
Why offer if you're not going to hit it?
So I dressed it up good enough to make him think otherwise.
That's good, though.
Oh.
Put the doubt in his mind.
That's the only chance I had.
Breaking ball for strike 3, but the pitch gets away from Zunino, and Springer hustling down to first. He'll live on the strikeout. Wild pitch. One way to get on against Paxton.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but you are on base. You are right. Pretty nasty slider down in the dirt. As George recognized it, kicked away, and Zunino had no idea where it had gone. Seized the opportunity and took off.
That shot from our low camera showed that ball actually hit off the front of the plate and kind of skidded back to Zunino.
Yeah, you try and do everything you can as a catcher, but off the front of the lip like that, there's really nothing you can do.
Pitch down low to Bregman, 1-0. So strikeout, wild pitch, runner on first with 1 out. One ball, 1 strike. Paxton has faced the Mariners in his career in 4 previous starts, 1-2, with a 4.88 ERA. His 2 starts here at Minute Maid Park, he has a 3.75, and he's 1-0. 12 innings of work here at Minute Maid Park with 15 strikeouts and 3 walks. In the dirt, picked nicely by Zunino. And the former Florida Gator getting his workout in tonight. 2-1 to count to Bregman. See how the Mariners shift Alex Bregman in the outfield, expecting him to shoot a ball towards right center field. Instead, he pulls it down the line. Springer around second, heading to third, waiting for the sign from Pettis. It's a stop sign as Bregman ends up on second with a double.
Ball bounce off George. That might have been a heck of a play, a la Reggie Jackson, huh? George is telling the opposing dugout, you can't hurt me. Great piece of hitting right here. Fastball in that inside corner, 95 miles an hour. Gives you an idea how short and quick Alex Bregman's swing is. Turning on this pitch, yanking it down that third base line. But the Astros taking advantage of the opportunity with George Springer on base, getting him all the way to third base. Now you got your big boys coming up.
Jose Altuve with a runner on second, a runner on third, and one out. Altuve flied out to right to the warning track his first time up. A little bit late with that swing. It's 0-1.
Supermo throw coming in. George didn't realize it. Almost ricocheted into a run scored. Hope he's okay.
Fastball at 97, rides wide. It's 1-1. Well, the Astros, after last night's 2-1 victory in which they had not one runner in scoring position, tonight have had runners in scoring position in all 3 innings so far. Still looking for their first hit with runners in scoring position this year. Foul tip at the plate. It's 1-2. It's hard to pick up a victory without a runner in scoring position, but 2 solo home runs took care of that last night.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to look down at the scorebook and realize that. Because I was scouring through some of the box scores, and I'm like, why don't they have a stat for runners in scoring position? Looked at my scorebook, and because nobody was in scoring position.
He pointed that out to me. It was remarkable. Altuve down to the count, 1-2. Breaking ball, slice foul.
Altuve was one of those clutch guys that they loved having in that 3-hole, and this is why. That is a crazy number, and it's second in Major League Baseball, but that 372 average is a beautiful number, and to be expected from a guy like Altuve. He's heavy on the contact side, and he's heavy on getting base hits.
Fighting off the fastball there. It stays 1-2. Paxton has faced Altuve 13 times in his career. Altuve 3 for 10 with 3 walks. Astros trying to jump on the board first tonight. Coming off a 3-0 win in the home opener, a 2-1 win last night. They have never trailed in this series. Fouls another back. Altuve with a good battle. It's still 1-2.
Really no pattern to what's going on. Saw that strike zone. In, out, up, down.
Last at bat, you talked about his ability to put the barrel on the bat wherever, put the barrel on the ball wherever the pitch is, and he's been challenged this AB.
Sure has.
Lays off that pitch in the dirt. It's 2-2.
Such a tough spot for Paxton to be in. You're facing Jose Altuve. 2 batting titles in his career. The number we just showed you, 372 with runners in scoring position. First base is open. You make a mistake, he hammers it for a 2-run base hit or a home run. If you happen to put him on base, look who's waiting in the wings.
And he's given Altuve his best stuff in this AB.
Yeah, he has.
And Altuve's fouled off some good pitches to get to 2-2. Now it's a full count. Jose Altuve.
That might have been that rare changeup from Paxton. He's reaching back into the arsenal to try and create pitches to get Altuve to chase.
Very rarely throws that change, but he had shown him everything else.
Yeah, why not?
So now the count's full. And after battling back down in the count the whole at bat, now Altuve may see something to hit with runners on second and third and Correa on deck. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Quite a battle won by Paxton. 2 outs.
Sometimes nasty wins, and that was a great pitch in a 3-2 count. dangled it right out in front of that hitting zone just enough and just snuck under the barrel as he swung. That is not a happy batting champ right there at all.
Well, that'll sit in his craw a little bit, but a good battle by Altuve. And now it's up to Carlos Correa. Try and drive in a run or two with 2 outs. Correa grounded out his first time up. He saw a lot of heat in that first at bat as Paxton worked ahead of him in that count 0-2. Fastball off the inner half. It's 1-0 to Correa. Springer on third. He reached on a strikeout wild pitch. Bregman on second. He doubled down the left field line. Astros have 2 hits. Both are doubles. He said he went around. 1 ball and 1 strike. Called by the home plate umpire Doug Eddings.
Joy of replays. Everybody at home can make the call. See if you agree. Looks like he went.
In the air to center field, sending Martin back. He's there in front of the warning track, and Leonis puts it away for the final out. So the Astros threaten but fail to score, leaving 2. We're still scoreless. Charlie Morton has been very good so far in his first start as a Houston Astro, picking up 9 outs, 5 via the ground, 2 fly balls, 2 strikeouts. So far he's allowed a single, a double, he's walked a batter. And he's spread those base runners out 1 apiece through the first 3 innings, getting Robinson Cano on a comebacker to end the 3rd inning. Here's a pop-up off the bat of Nelson Cruz in foul territory and out of play, about 3 rows deep.
Tell you what, with what the Astros pitchers have done in this series so far, and I know it's 2 games in, 3 innings into Charlie Morton's start, and we talk about how good these pitchers are, but you also got to take it into the clubhouse and kind of look at the scouting reports and what these guys are doing. They came in with a pretty good game plan, and these guys are executing it great.
Yeah, I really like what I've seen, not only from the starting pitchers, but the camaraderie and the communication between the starters and Brian McCann the last couple of nights.
Yep.
And same thing tonight with Gaddis working with Charlie Morton. There's a pitch that rides in on Cruz. It's 2-1. You know, there were different points last night with Lance McCullers Jr. on the mound where it really could have gotten away from him. And it seemed like every time there was a moment of frustration, McCann was there to just kind of keep him on point and stay focused.
Yeah, that's one of the things we talked about, that veteran leadership. that was signed and brought over. And Lance McCullers, now that you're getting a chance to watch him, we've had a chance to watch him the last couple of years. He is a high energy type guy. He is a passionate pitcher when he's out there, and sometimes you could see some of those things affecting him. Last night we really didn't see it. He was calm, composed, executed his pitches, but I give a lot of credit to Brian McCann.
Ball driven deep to center field on the 2-2 pitch, and this ball is off the wall. Marisnick plays it on the track, and Nelson Cruz into second base with a big double of over 400 feet.
Charlie Morton had a game plan up in the zone. You see up and in, but this pitch just flattens out. There was no tail on it. You know he wanted that pitch up out of the zone. Too good of a two-strike pitch to a guy like Nelson Cruz. He's not going to shorten up with 2 strikes and just try and put it in play. He's trying to hammer every time he's up there.
So Cruz with a leadoff double. And now Morton will face Kyle Seager. Jake Marisnick has come in defensively in the first 2 games, but getting his first start tonight, so his first chance to really roam around center field and not worry about Towles Hill anymore.
He's one of the guys that can cover it, but I'm sure he's happy not to be able to, or not have to go up the hill.
This ball is sent into shallow left where Josh Reddick puts it away. And a new position for Reddick this year, as he has played mostly right field throughout his Oakland A's career. Getting a chance to play a little more left field this year. He'll play both the corner positions.
He will. And then talking to AJ, Josh has been more than open to helping this ball club out any way he can. And if that means moving to left field, he said he's going to do it. How big is that out of Kyle Seager, by the way? That's a big out.
Big out. He doesn't move the runner.
And you have 2 right-handers coming up in Valencia and Zunino, with Leonis Martin moving from that 7 position down into the 9 hole. Put Zunino up 1 spot. So Charlie Morton has 2 right-handers to work with.
The other thing with Reddick, as he put that ball away for the big out you talked about from Morton to Seager, is with that arm and left and a short porch,
yeah,
there's very few base hits to left that will score a run from second with him out there.
And that seed has been planted in the third base coach Manny Acta. He knows that anything to this outfield right now, the way they're set up, you're going to put both hands up and have those guys settle in and just go 90 feet at a time.
What you were talking about with the outfield arms, a lot of red.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of red lights with these guys. Josh Reddick mixes in nicely. This is basically 3 guys that could play center field if they had to, but they also have a great ability to get to the ball quickly, and they come up firing. They have a lot of velocity and able to locate whatever base they want to go to.
Line drive caught by Springer, and he gets the ball back in. George may have momentarily lost that ball, but he stayed with it for the catch for out number 2.
Another big out. That's impressive. George has a lot of experience in right field here at Minute Maid Park. This ball was hit on a line to right field. And with the height of this stadium and where the lights are at, those low line drives, the lights come into play. But George, with the experience out there, allowed him to hang with it. He's not happy about it, but he's making the play.
And he made sure to get the ball back in quickly. Nicely done by the Astros right fielder to keep this game scoreless. And now with 2 outs, a breaking ball for a called strike to Mike Zunino.
Yeah, that's not going to show up on your highlight reels, but everybody in this ballpark and everybody at home watching understands how tough a play that actually was.
When you saw those red lights on our outfield arms, it means don't run, and you don't always see 3 across like that. The left fielder generally, as you take a look at
you've seen no-look passes, but no-look catches. That's pretty good.
His eyes were nowhere close to seeing that ball into the glove, as he could not see the ball for the last few feet.
And George, for me, I'm not sure if even George knows it, but he has the type of talent that can overwhelm a game at times. And I think right there, the anticipation and the athleticism allowed him to make that catch.
Leadoff double by Nelson Cruz, and he has stayed there. A fly out to left, and that nice snag by Springer on the liner to right. Gaddis keeps that ball near the plate. It's 1-2.
And I got a question. We were talking about Mike Zunino, who in his first at bat hit the first pitch fastball, and I said ambush. What I mean by ambush is a guy who steps into the plate and is looking fastball first pitch and swinging at first pitch fastball. he is on the attack immediately, and that's the type of hitter that Mike Zunino is. He's a very good fastball hitter, and he's looking for it early in the count. And when they hit that first pitch fastball, that's what I mean by ambush. Catch them off guard, attack them when they ain't looking.
That was a strategy that a lot of Mariners used last year. They hit 385 on first pitches, which was the best in baseball.
Nice.
So Zunino kind of fits right into that mold.
There you go.
They come out there and they are aggressive early. But that can also work against you if you're aggressive, as we've seen Dallas Keuchel and Lance McCullers get some swings and misses the last couple of nights. Slow chopper, left side. Carlos Correa comes in and makes the play. And a leadoff double stays at second for Charlie Morton and the Astros. Scoreless.
Take a look at our Chevy Stroh poll tonight. It's our, well, we've been final for farewell to Tal's Hill tonight. With this particular Stroh poll, we're asking you which play is the signature moment for Tal's Hill. Was it 0-2, Lance Berkman's great, it's so much better than great grab that he had? That was awesome. Or was it Richie Sexson hitting the flagpole? Which of these is the signature moment for Tal's Hill? Vote at Root Sports SW is where you can find this poll. We'll tell you who wins later in the broadcast. Todd.
All right, Julia, two interesting plays for sure as Carlos Beltran takes a pitch away. It's 2-0.
Yes.
Beltran grounded out his first time up. You had a good view of that, Richie Sexson.
I was going to say, if we had a chance to look at that Richie Sexson play again, just watch how late the second baseman was on the relay. I was watching in admiration because that ball was pummeled, and all of a sudden it hit the pole, came straight back in play.
3-0 pitch, green light for Beltran, and he misses. 3-1.
I like it. Let it eat.
Let it go. Carlos Beltran, 3 of his last 5 against Paxton in his career.
I didn't know you were a big fan of Frozen.
And a late swing at that 3-1 offering. It's now 3-2, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, I don't think you would have been, and we are going to get a chance to see that play again. I don't think you would have been the only second baseman late on the relay. Oh, nasty breaking ball. After falling behind 3-0, he strikes out Beltran on the next 3 pitches. Here's our Stroh poll tonight. Julia mentioned the signature moment for Tal's Hill.
I think the reaction on this makes it a winner right there. He surprised himself, but this is that bomb. Wade Miller on the mound. Richie Sexson tattooed that halfway up that pole. Adam Everett, perfect placement on his relay, just lacking the double cut.
But even Adam was kind of jogging out there. It was more of a show. Like he didn't think he was really going to be in the rail.
Right place.
Yeah, but he really didn't think he was going to be a part of a relay there. and that ended up happening. 0-1 pitch to Gurriel is down low for a ball. It's 1-1. That was quite a shot. That was quite a shot that did not leave center field. Gurriel into left center field, but Martin covers a lot of ground out there and puts it away for out number 2.
There's that outfield D that DePoto was talking about. Leonys Martin, a part of that outfield last year, but he does cover a lot of ground.
So 2 outs, nobody on. Bring up Evan Gattis. Gattis doubled his first time up.
And according to most Astro fans, Brian McCann's twin brother.
Fans loved that last night.
They did.
They ate up that shot of those 2 guys next to each other in the dugout, which was actually amusing because there is striking resemblance between the 2 catchers on this team.
And you are going to see those guys next to each other a lot, both catchers. But obviously there are other similarities between the 2.
Fouled out of play, it's 1-1.
And I don't mean the uniform.
There's Brian McCann getting a night off. We mentioned how well he has worked with catchers with the other pitchers the first 2 nights, and it's no secret this guy really went to work in the offseason as soon as he knew he was heading to Houston, as Gattis sends the ball to right for the final out. So a 1-2-3 inning for James Paxton. He's now retired 5 straight.
No score between the Mariners and Astros. The Coca-Cola Value Nights package scores you a game ticket, hot dogs, soda, and popcorn, all for just $18. Get one of the best bargains at the ballpark for select Monday through Thursday games by visiting astros.com/Coke Value or call 1-877-9-ASTROS.
Another beautiful night this week has been filled with gorgeous nights here at Minute Maid Park. Tonight, the coolest of the 3. The fans enjoying the sights and sounds from Torchy's Tacos deck and also the Budweiser Brew House, as Gerard Dyson takes a pitch outside from Charlie Morton to start the 5th. Morton, and you heard Julia talking about earlier in the game, wanted to be more efficient with his pitches. 15, 13, 15, and 14.
And we're consistent.
That's solid.
Man, that's impressive. And especially after that leadoff double last inning to Nelson Cruz, worked out of that nicely.
Now it's 1-1. When the Astros looked at the standings this morning after 2 games, they were pleased to see that they were one of 2 American League teams that are 2-0, along with the Cleveland Indians. And one of the 2 0-2 teams so far this year, in addition to Seattle, obviously, are the Texas Rangers. That could not have started out better for Houston.
Especially considering last April.
Yes, 7-17. It was
7. Think about that, a month with just 7 wins.
It was
That's
a
incredible.
much bigger hill than Taos Hill they had to climb after that month. There's a called strike, and Dyson said, no way.
I might be in agreement with Dyson, but I love the fact that Charlie Morton got this call. Evan Gattis doing some work back there, framing it up. Nice. There's framing, and then there's that, framing that pitch.
Hal Dyson has to swing at anything around the knees as he got that last call against him. 1-2. He chases that into center field, and Marisnick makes the play for the first out. Julia, what's going on?
Oh, you guys are going to be jealous.
Oh, man.
Shake Shack is not only in Houston, it is in Minute Maid Park, part of the center field renovations. People can come. You'll have to wait in line for a while because it's a pretty popular spot. But Shake Shack is here. Look at this beauty Shack burger that I have. The fries are pretty good too. They have the frozen custard, but they have an Astros blast. So signature Astros shake. You got to get on that.
Well,
guys, have you been out here?
I've been on it. They gave us a tour.
Of course you have.
It was funny. They gave us a tour, and everybody took the escalator going up to a different mezzanine or whatever it was. Guess who stuck behind and went to the Shake Shack?
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
No chance.
Deliciousness, though. Great burgers.
Very good.
But this is really cool. I have a feeling some people are coming to this ballpark just to get in line here at Shake Shack. They love this place.
Is that just for?
It's not local. You know, this is a very New York thing, but we'll bring them in. They're part of the family.
Shakes are phenomenal too. Is that just for show, or is that going to be devoured?
No comment.
Oh, we know, Julia.
I've already had dinner, but that won't stop me.
0-2 pitch is sent into right field for a base hit. And fans are loving their Torchies and loving their Shake Shack out there, part of the center field area. You had a double, right?
No.
Oh, Blummer.
No, he's throwing me under the bus.
Yeah, there's a what is it? A steak? No, what is it? Stack burger.
Yeah,
I have the Shack burger. That's the stack.
Yeah,
burger.
but you can double and triple up on that thing. I only went halfway to the double, but it was worth it.
Yeah, this one's got cheese on it for sure.
Nice. Well, if we don't see you for a little while, we'll know where you are. Enjoying a little Shake Shack burger.
I'll tell you what, if you need any help, bring it on up here.
No, I don't. It's not that big. I can handle this little small burger. You guys know I can eat.
Yes.
It's impressive.
We can always go to the tape if we need to prove that.
It's the concretes. That's the word I was looking for. It's like custard, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have heard. One of the first things I was told when I
order the Astros blast.
Yeah, but one of the first things I heard was that you could definitely you could take down some food, Julia. So that was definitely that was definitely part of the interview process. Get used to that. So enjoy a little Shake Shack burger out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy. Got a runner on first base, one out. We're in the 5th inning. Back to the top of the order for Gene Segura. Morton has allowed 4 hits so far tonight, and it's 1-1 on Segura. There have been unbelievable additions made to Minute Maid Park from 2016 to 17. We're already talking about a stadium that was amongst the elite anyhow before this year, but now with all the new additions, I mean, fans are just loving life coming to games out here. Oh, there's a close play at first. We saw the view last night from Julia with the Lexus Field Club last night. Here's the play at first again.
Yuli in great position. An efficient tag. That was a good throw from Charlie, too.
There's those glasses.
He's going skydiving later.
A little night skydiving.
Yeah, why not?
Breaking ball sent in the air to right field, sending Springer all the way back. He looks up and this ball's gone. First lead of the season for the Seattle Mariners comes on a 2-run home run by Gene Segura. And it's a 2-0 game.
It's kind of interesting because Segura didn't really bail out, but he let that ball get deep. Watch it on the replay. Breaking ball. You can see that front hip kind of bailed a little bit, but the hands were staying back, and he still drove through it.
Just about 3 rows deep over that right field wall. This ball sent in the air to center, shallow. Marisnick comes on, and he makes the play for out number 2. So Seattle, after being shut out the first night, scoring 1 run last night, they get on the board with a 2-run home run by Gene Segura and lead for the first time in this series. Here's Robinson Cano. He takes a fastball at 96 on the outer half, 0-1. And he's ahead 0-2. Morton put Cano down on strikes his first at bat on 3 pitches. See Charlie up to 70 pitches tonight, working with 2 outs in the 5th. On the ground, Gurriel backs up, gets a high hop, gets help from his pitcher, and that'll do it. But Seattle scores 2 on Segura's first home run as a Mariner.
Has to do with left-handed hitters here at Minute Maid Park. The one we want to have you look at is there in left field. 24 home runs. That is to the opposite field. That is the most in Major League Baseball since 2015. You can add 2 more this year to make it 26 if you want to, but left-handed hitters are not afraid to go the other way here at Minute Maid Park, because if you elevate on a line, good chance you get into that Crawford box.
We saw 2 of them last night. Brian McCann and Marwin Gonzalez hitting from the left side. Josh Reddick takes a breaking ball for a ball. It's 2-0. Reddick hit the ball hard his first time up, lining out to right field. This time, a little shallow center field shot, caught by the shortstop Gene Segura. Out number 1. Well, Paxton's retired 6 in a row and working for the lead with a lead for the first time tonight. Jake Marisnick gets his second AB. Jake has played in all 3 games. AJ Hinch joked after the game last night. He told him he would play in 162. Just might be a defensive replacement for the majority of those games, as he has been the last 2.
I know that feeling.
Coming in late for D.
I would finish seasons at 400 at bats and playing 150 games. It just doesn't add up.
One of the toughest things to do has to be coming in late defensively.
Yeah, you've got to be loose, you've got to be ready, and the baseball gods always find a way to have that ball find you.
And you've got to be on game speed in a hurry. It's 2-1 to Jake.
Jake, mine was with the Houston Astros a lot of those years, pinch hitting. So it'd be 1 AB, 1 AB, 1 AB in any given week.
And now with the specialist out of the bullpen, it was usually 1 AB against an elite
closer killer. Yeah. Those are some awesome ABs.
Yeah, thanks, Skip. 2-2 the count to Marisnick. 4 for 10 in his career is Jake against the left-hander you see there, James Paxton. Chop towards third. Seager plays it on the second big hop, and Marisnick safe on the infield hit. No. Home plate umpire Doug Eddings puts his hands up. and calls it a foul ball.
Huh. Looked to me like Seager caught that right on the line. Let's be a good look at it. Colossal chop down that third base line. That's to the advantage of Jake. But you can see the body is maybe in fair territory, but it looked like that ball did end up bouncing foul. It's where the baseball is, not the player. I don't know. I might have changed my mind on that replay. Not enough to overturn.
Yeah, it's a home plate umpire's call until it gets to the bag. That's not a reviewable play.
It was not a good choice.
Swing and a miss. It was not a good choice by Seager.
Yeah, I agree.
It worked out well, though, as they strike out Marisnick on the next pitch. So strikeout number 3 for Paxton. 2 outs here in the 5th. 2 outs, base is cleared. Back to the top of the lineup. George Springer grounded out, struck out, and reached on a wild pitch his last time up. And he swings at the first pitch and chops one foul. Paxton is a guy who has never fully stayed healthy for a full year. 2014 on the 60-day DL, strained muscle on the left side of his back. 2015 strained middle finger tendon in his left hand. Ended up making 16 combined starts that year. And last year, 20 starts at the big league level, 11 in Tacoma. Had a left elbow contusion, placed him on the DL. So last year was as healthy as he's been, still spent a short amount of time on the DL. Seattle looking forward to what he can do over a full 162. 1-2 pitch. Springer holds up, says first base umpire Corey Blazer. Popped up on the infield. Valencia makes the play. And that'll do it for the Astros in the 5th. It is 2-0 Seattle. Six, Todd Callis alongside Jeff Blum. Also Mike Stanton joining us in the booth this inning.
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing tonight?
How are you, sir?
Fantastic.
Mike, we've got 2.5 games into the season, and we've got a 3-0 game, a 2-1 game, and a 2-0 game so far tonight. Pitching is dominating.
It's one of the reasons why the Seattle Mariners team is really a sleeper team in the American League, is because if they get pitching like this, eventually you know Robinson Cano and company are going to hit.
Charlie Morton begins the 6th inning. He'll face Nelson Cruz. What have you seen out of Charlie Morton tonight?
More velocity than I expected. You know, I remember watching him back with Pittsburgh, and he threw firm, but I didn't really see this mid-90s stuff. But listen, the breaking ball has been outstanding. I thought he's controlled his emotions well. This has to be a lot of anxiety in him right now, just because, you know, first start with a new team. 2-0
the count to Nelson Cruz, and that'll create anxiety for any pitcher as he fouls one into the dugout.
It's got to be a certain level of excitement, too, for Charlie Morton. Last year only pitched in 4 games after that torn hamstring. Do you think can you attribute more velocity to actually having an entire season to get loose for this year?
Well, he is 33 years old, Jeff, but you have to remember him having that most of the season off. That arm should be fresh.
Right.
So it's not like you're talking about a guy that's been beat up over the last couple of years. And how horrible does that sound? A torn hamstring. Have to have surgery on it.
Yeah, that's not good.
I've torn obliques, and that was miserable. I can't imagine tearing a big muscle like the hamstring like that.
Oh.
Cruz lays off. It's 3-2.
Does he have an efficient enough motion for you to be able to maintain this velocity and this kind of command throughout the season?
To me, he does. I like the way that he followed through. He's not going all over the place. The arm slot looks good. He's repeating that arm slot. And this is just one of those guys that maybe has slipped through the fingers of a lot of different teams just because of the injuries that he's had.
We've had actually a lot of questions about repertoires and like guys out of the bullpen maybe can get away with 1 or 2 pitches. Talk about how important it is for a starting pitcher to have 3 to 4 pitches that they can throw for strikes consistently.
Have to have 3. If you don't have 3,
Yep.
You better be throwing extremely hard, and you better have a snapdragon breaking ball. Because if you don't, we go back to there's been guys in the past that have been able to do it with 2 pitches, but with when you have 3, now you have as a hitter, you can't guess which way he's going. You can't just, it's 50-50 each
Well, I was
pitch.
going to say the percentages work towards the hitter.
Yeah, everybody has their tendencies. And with Charlie, it looks like the curveball is a big pitch for him. It's got good depth. He's a big dude. If people can't tell, I mean, this guy is tall out there on the mound. He's got good downhill tilt, and that breaking ball he's got good command of.
And he works on the far first base side of the rubber. It's pretty extreme where he is.
He does, and the reason he does that is it gives him a different angle to the outside corner. Being a 2-seam fastball guy, he wants a little bit different perspective of getting the ball to the arm side of the plate, which is away from a left-hander in on a right-hander.
Kyle Seager with a count of 2-1. It's now 3-1.
And then it also, being on that side of the rubber, it also helps his breaking ball also. You see he's got a little bit of a crossfire delivery. He kind of steps towards the right-handed pitcher, and that just helps him get the ball to the glove side of the plate, because that's the key to any pitcher. What can he do glove side? Throwing the ball arm side's easy. Throwing the ball glove side, that takes a little bit more work. And moving over on the first base side, that helps him get the ball in there on lefties.
How impressed are you with what the Astros have in the bullpen? It's kind of worked out to a T what A.J. Hinch has desired. Have those starting pitchers go deep and then go Harris, Gregerson, Giles.
Well, we heard from A.J. basically telling us they're not going to work today because he doesn't want to burn them out too early. But that's really how they've scripted this thing from day one.
Absolutely.
Those 3 guys, have your starter go 6 and then have those 3 guys finish out the game. And all 3 have been outstanding.
We've seen A.J. start everybody on his roster so far in the first 3 games. We mentioned Harris, Gregerson, Giles. Gregerson and Giles 2 games. There's 5 other pitchers out there that are still looking for their first action in 2017 after that 1-out walk. Morton now faces Danny Valencia. How important was it for you during your career to try and get the ball in one of the first few games of the season?
It's what A.J. wants. Every manager wants to do is get the guys and get that first. It doesn't matter how long you've been playing. Get that first appearance, whether you're a position player or a pitcher. Get it out of the way, because it doesn't matter you've been playing 3 months or you've been playing for 15 years. That first time out in a season, there's always anxiety. There's always anxiousness. Let's get it over with. Then you can go ahead and get into your regular routine.
I would think for a pitcher in a new uniform too, that adds to the anxiety as you are trying to impress new teammates.
Luckily, he was here for spring training.
Right.
Now he gets to know all the guys, gets the feel of the clubhouse, so that helps. But anytime you come into a new fan base, and fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to look at it, I had to do it a few different times in my career. There is still anxiety. You want to make sure that you get off on the right foot and don't get that initial impression from the fans of, well, this guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Why is he here? That's always the last question you want to have asked. You spent a lot of time in the bullpen. I looked at your numbers. 1 start.
Grand total of 1, yep.
Do you remember it?
Oh, absolutely. It was against the Seattle Mariners.
Really? How about that? In Yankee Stadium? Or?
Yeah. The story behind this was when Ramiro Mendoza came in sick. Now, I don't know if I won the toss or lost the toss, the going toss, but it was between myself and Jason Grimsley.
How about that?
And I ended up getting the start, went 4 innings. Grimsley went the next 4. Mo pitched the 9th. We ended up winning the game.
So you guys originally started the piggyback starting situation. There you go.
So you go 4, and then Grimsley gets the W.
He vultures the win off of me. He's the only one that gave up a run.
There you go.
It's unbelievable.
Mike Stanton joining us in the booth here in the top half of the 6th inning. Seattle leading 2-0. Danny Valencia with an 0-2 count. Runner on first base and 1 away. There's a good breaking ball.
Here's the crazy thing about that story. 2 days later, we're in interleague play, and we're playing the Mets. Yankees, Mets, big series. Interleague play had only been going on for just a couple years, so there was still a lot of energy. And I'm warming up. I had 1 day rest. I'm warming up the next day, and I can tell you, I couldn't scratch my head with my left arm. I might have been a drop down from Laredo lefty on that particular day.
Hey man, it's actually interesting you bring that up because we've seen Gregerson and Giles go back-to-back days. Talk a little bit. Fans at home don't necessarily maybe understand what getting hot means. Because we saw Davinsky got hot last night. We've seen Giles and Gregerson go back-to-back nights. What does that mean for a relief pitcher to get hot, and how many days in a row can you do that without pitching in a game?
Oh, how times have changed. When I came to the big leagues in 1989, I pitched 7 straight days.
What?
7 straight days, yes. You would never do that now. These guys are being protected. And the real issue isn't the pitches you throw in the game. It's, how many times do you have to get up before you get in the game? How many pitches do you throw down there? How many times did you get completely hot? And it was one of the first things that you had to.
Zanino sends one in the air to left where Josh Reddick makes the play. Mike, thanks for joining us.
It was fun, gentlemen.
We'll see you in the post-game show.
Post-game, yes, right here.
You and Brett Dolan after the game. Thanks.
Look forward to it.
All right, Mike Stanton joining us in the top half of the 6th. Presented by Southwest Airlines. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Charlie Morton threw the most pitches in any inning in his last inning where he threw 19. He's now up to 90 pitches in the game through 6, trailing 2-0 as the Astros have 2, 3, and 4 set to face James Paxton. Nice to have Mike Stanton up in the booth for a half inning. He'll be on the post-game show along with Brett Dolan. Stay tuned for that after our Astros and Mariners contest is over. Hopefully it'll be a win, and Julia Morales gathering an interview on the field after the game, and as well as in the Astros clubhouse. Bregman has been on base twice. He has walked in double. Alex towards the middle, but Segura is there to his left, and there's one out here in the 6th inning. So Mr. James Paxton has himself in a pretty good groove right now. 28-year-old left-hander has retired the last 9 he has faced.
And he looks quite comfortable, but that curveball for me has been the nasty pitch for him. It has been filthy and getting punch-outs.
The at-bat of the night might have been when he started this 9 consecutive batters retired, when he had 2nd and 3rd, 1 out facing Altuve.
Yes. That was a great battle, but definitely won by Paxton with that 3-2 breaking ball.
Altuve got down 1-2, fought, got all the way back to 3-2, and then a tough breaking ball to strike out Altuve for the 2nd out, and then he retired Carlos Correa to end the inning.
And he's really mixed up the sequence. You see Altuve taking a fastball down in the zone, but it's still a pretty good pitch for him to hit.
Breaking ball, swing and a miss, and it gets by Zunino for the 2nd time tonight. A strikeout for the Astros results in a base runner. Earlier it was George Springer, now Altuve.
There's no way that can happen twice in one game. You know your personnel. Zunino's worked with Paxton before, and you put down maybe the 2 or 3 sign. You know the breaking ball is coming. You need to go down and cover that pitch. You're adding to the pitch count by letting this ball get by you. You don't want to be too harsh on these guys because it is tough to work behind the plate, but you've got to anticipate breaking ball and cover that 5-hole.
Runner on first, and now all of a sudden the tying run at the plate in Carlos Correa.
And it creates opportunities for a lineup like the Houston Astros.
We have talked about the difficulty for any opposing pitcher to get through this lineup 3 times. When you add a couple of base runners after strikeouts, it makes it even that much more demanding.
That's a great point.
And here we are, 3rd time through the lineup. Correa looking for his first hit. He is grounded out and flied out to center. Fastball, plenty of heat there at 95. We've seen him as high as 98 tonight. Tim Bogard, the bench coach, signaling to his defense next to the manager Scott Service. Inside, it's 1-1.
Good time for a mistake from Paxton and having Correa ready for it. Barrel it up, shoot a gap, get Altuve on that horse.
Equal opportunity love for the Carloses.
It's good to be a Carlos.
They were on Team Rubio, teammates for Team Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic. Swing and a miss. That might have been the pitch right there.
Yeah, we know that Correa understands that they are trying to work him in. 95-mile-an-hour heater on the inside. It's a good swing. Real good swing.
Strength on strength.
You ain't lying.
That's what the game's all about.
Yeah, those are the moments you live for.
1-2 the count to Correa. Now he tries to go soft and he fouls one at the plate. That's what you call reading a bat. When you see a swing like that on the fastball, let's try and take a
good call. No, reading the bat. You saw that he was on your 95 on the inside corner. You may not want to throw that one again. Back it up. And he's got a great breaking ball that we've been talking about.
Altuve a nice lead at first. Correa stays alive, trying to push that pitch count up on Paxton, who has been in command tonight. After retiring 9 in a row, a strikeout wild pitch allows Altuve to live with 1 out here in the inning. 6 pitches shy of 100. Evan Scribner has started to warm up in the Seattle bullpen. Seager, Cano, Correa safe at first. He lives on the fielder's choice, but they get the force out on Altuve for out number 2.
Still a good sequence from Paxton. He looks in control. Not really fearing the situation or who's at the plate when you got stuff. He's able to command the fastball on the inside corner, breaking ball.
Here's Carlos Beltran. He's looking for his first hit in his second time around as a Houston Astro. This wouldn't be a bad time for it.
Just takes one.
Carlos 0 for 8 to start the season. 0 for 2 tonight in his first ABs as a righty. Takes a pitch for a ball, 1-0.
I think as a veteran, Carlos Beltran maybe struggling a little bit, picking up the ball off of Paxton, might be sitting on one pitch, and if he gets it in a zone he likes, I expect him to let it go.
Good count for Beltran, 2-0.
My thoughts exactly. Think positive, recognize early, and let that barrel go.
He does go around, says Corey Blazer.
Be curious to see this one. Again, all the umpires at home. Borderline, but it does look like he may have crossed that plane that the umpires look for. A little break in the wrist.
Inside, 3-1. Paxton about to make pitch number 100 on the night. And it's a 3-1 pitch to Carlos Beltran, representing the tying run in the 6th inning. On the ground, Seager in between hop over to first, and that'll do it for Houston in inning 6. 2-0 Seattle as we head to the 7th.
Mariners, a lot of fans though here very excited about their team, including Anthony, who's a big Astros fan, and in the greatest seats ever. These are incredible seats right behind home plate. Anthony, you're obviously having a great time. How long have you been a fan?
I've been a fan all my life. I am 39 years old. I was growing up with the Astros to my mother and my father. Baseball family.
Awesome. So you were coming to the game today. Did you have tickets? What happened to you today?
I did not. Long story short, I happened to run into Jim Crane on the streets. We got into a conversation about the new center field. He took me on a tour, brought me in here, gave me a ticket. I actually got a tour of the whole field, as well as the dugout and the stadium and the locker room. It was an excellent experience.
I'm surprised he didn't let you put on a uniform too.
Well, I was waiting, but understandably, I have one of the best uniforms on ever, so I didn't need one at that point in time, but I did get the hat and a brand new baseball.
Oh my gosh, it keeps
which
coming.
I'm waiting to give away to some kid whenever I run into one.
Excellent. So what do you think of your tour, the center field renovations, the field?
Experience. I was here sitting in Crawford boxes when Jeff Kent hit that home run that saved us and sent us into the next series. This is right up there.
Yeah, awesome. Well, congratulations on your big day. I hope you enjoy the rest of the game. Jim Crane, just a great owner and obviously great with fans as well. Thanks, Anthony.
Excellent person. He is an excellent person. Again, words can't explain. I almost cried. That's how much this meant to me. It's a big deal.
Good stuff. Guys, up to you.
All right, Julia, Anthony, thank you so much. Moral to that story is, if you're a fan, it's a good thing when you run into the owner of the team.
Yeah, recognize the owner. That's the guy you want to make friends with.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Crane doing a nice thing for that fan, Anthony, as we have one out here in the 7th inning and a new pitcher for the Astros. Tony Sipp takes over for Charlie Morton here in the 7th. Gets Gerard Dyson to pop up for the first out.
Good part of the lineup for him to face, too. Gerard Dyson left-handed, Leonis Martin left-handed.
3-0 pitch is poured over for a strike. It's 3-1. Sipp making his first appearance of 2017. Last 7 years, he has made no fewer than 55 appearances out of the bullpen every season. There's ball 4. And after facing 2 left-handers, Michael Feliz had been warming last inning, and he will be the new pitcher as A.J. Hinch wanted Sipp to face a couple of lefties here to start the inning. He gets one, loses the other, and we're going to have a pitching change with one out here in the 7th. So Feliz will be the new pitcher. We'll tell you about him when we come back.
The Astros bullpen in the first 2 games did a phenomenal job. You see those first 2 games, the numbers on the bottom. 5 shutout innings. Gregerson and Giles in the opening day win. Picks up that first save, and then we saw Gregerson coming in that second game. Did a great job. Will Harris even made an appearance, but that's the back part of this bullpen that will be the spine of what AJ goes to when they need that win. Those guys have all been proven closers. Gregerson did a great job in the WBC. King Giles with that 100-mile-an-hour heater and put-away slider. Should be nice. Charlie Morton did a good job going 6 innings strong. Now we're getting to see a couple other names. Tony Sipp and now Michael Feliz.
Feliz takes over after 11 spring training appearances.
Did a great job. Earned his right in that bullpen with that blazing fastball. That whip right around 1, which is very nice.
First batter he will face is Gene Segura. Runner on first and 1 out in the 7th. That fastball for a ball, 1-0. Segura the only runs in this game with his 2-run home run in the 5th inning. Game against Charlie Morton. He sent a pitch about 3 rows deep over the wall in right field. Feliz with a strike. It's 1-1. Segura coming off a year. Last year in Arizona, hit .319, 20 home runs, 203 hits, and he stole 33 bases.
Some serious production out of the shortstop.
He had a monster career year last year. Mariners would like to see something close to that this year. He's already got 4 hits in this series.
I'll tell you what, hitting in Arizona, which is Coors Light, and moving into Safeco, maybe expect that doubles number to get elevated a little bit. Maybe the home run totals come down a little bit, because that is a big yard.
Runner on the move. Segura fouls it back. In addition to all his offensive prowess, Segura also led the National League in assists in the outfield. Big deal coming over from Arizona as he bats here with 1 out and 1 on. Lee's ahead of the count. Big strikeout pitcher. See that slider a lot to righties. Count in his favor. Check at first. A lot of speed now with Dyson 8, Martin 9, Segura leading off. 30 steals, 24 steals, 33 steals in the 8-9-1 hitters. Just a little bit of a flinch there before Martin was able to get back. AJ saying, let's just check the video for a second.
He's asking to go to the replay. This will be a good look at it. Like they got him up towards that right pocket as he was going in, because the throw was up into the runner. AJ Hinch heard from the guys back inside that they should take a look at this, so they're going to get every opportunity to take a peek.
A couple of the rule changes this year involving replay. Number 1, a manager has 30 seconds to decide whether he wants to challenge or not. Number 2, it used to be at the umpire's discretion from the 7th inning to the end of the game. That has changed this year, so now it's from the 8th inning to the end of the game. But still, here we are in the 7th. We're here in the 7th, and a manager's like, might as well use it, because after this inning, it's up to the umpires anyhow.
No, that's a great call. Why not? Maybe they see something, or maybe there is a replay back upstairs where the guy said, no, we've got a definitive look, but why not take a chance? I agree with you. With that rule change, he hasn't used one all game. Do it now, and then you have the luxury of the umpires going to it. There's some of the rule modifications in effect for 2017.
Also now the 2 minutes for the replay officials to decide. If there's nothing definitive after 2 minutes, play stands.
Well, it looked like they're going to. The first replay we've had here at Minute Maid Park was the other day. There you see the glove on the hip, and you're asking me, there's a little bit of daylight between the hand and the base. Is that enough for them to overturn it?
Is the glove definitively on the runner? That's the question.
Pretty quick about it. Much quicker than the other day.
Not enough clear and convincing evidence. Call is actually confirmed, so it doesn't even stand. They do confirm that that was the correct call made by Corey Blazer. So AJ has no more replays, but again, the umpires take control of that next inning.
We didn't really have a peek inside the dugout. I'd be kind of curious if AJ even went to the phone and got a phone call, or if he just went out on his own, like you said, because he had the opportunity.
Well, he's a big strikeout pitcher last year, looking for an out here, but another toss to first. There goes the runner. The pitch is up and in and gets all the way to the backstop. That'll be a stolen base for Martin as he was on the move.
Keep in mind, this is not your normal Houston evening. Very little humidity. The wind's blowing. It's cool. Sometimes pitchers have a hard time getting a grip, and that one got away from Michael Feliz. I think you could tell by Gaddis' reaction, he didn't know what that baseball was going to do.
The other factor there for Phillies, and not to try and make an excuse for him, is he had thrown over about 4 times before the review. Then he's got a 1.5-minute review. Then he throws over again. He hadn't delivered a pitch to home plate in about 3 minutes.
It's so true.
Kind of lost the zone there.
Yeah.
Called third strike on the inside corner. Segura has a parting word. As he goes down looking, Phillies picks up a strikeout, the first batter he faces in 2017.
Maybe Gaddis was back there on the backfields in spring training working on the framing skills. Nicely done.
Here's Mitch Haniger. 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. In the air to right field, Springer will have a play. And he puts it away. So Phillies comes in and gets the job done. 7th inning stretch time at Minute Maid Park. Astros looking for some runs.
Toyota, been an interesting evening. Seen some good defense. Obviously, George Springer is one of those guys that's going to be on our highlight reel a lot. This may not get a lot of attention, but that was a heck of a play fighting that line drive in the lights with the no-look catch. But the big play of the night came off the bat of Gene Segura for the Seattle Mariners. Charlie Morton leaving a breaking ball up out over the plate. Segura goes the other way. It's appreciated in that Seattle Mariners dugout. The only runs that have been pushed across in this game.
There you see the line score. Bunch of zeros with the exception of a Gene Segura 2-run home run in the 5th inning. Astros with just 2 hits tonight. They only have 13 hits on the season. It's not like the Astros started out 2-0 by raking so far. In fact, their team batting average as we begin this inning with Evan Scribner on the mound is just 181 on the season. Do you believe, we haven't even talked about this, 10 spring training telecasts and now our 3rd in the regular season. Do you believe in a broadcaster's jinx? Like if a guy says he hasn't walked a batter in 30 innings.
I played
and then he walks
almost 14 years.
Yeah.
Never did I blame a broadcaster for anything I did on the field.
Well, hopefully Evan Scribner believes in it, because as a Seattle Mariner, he is never allowed a run. As he delivers the first pitch to Yuli Gurriel, he tries to beat it out, and he does. Gurriel, a slow chopper towards Kyle Seager. Close play at first, ruled safe. Just the 3rd hit for the Astros tonight.
Keep an eye on manager for the Seattle Mariners, Scott Service. He might be taking a peek at that. We're going to take our own peek at it right here. Good to see the Astros up that average with just a little bit of a nut route in front of home plate. Good hustle by Yuli. Safe. Attaboy.
There you go, leadoff base runner. Now the tying run at the plate.
What'd you say again about Scribner?
So Scribner last year, and he's pitched before. It was San Diego back in 11, Oakland 12, 13, 14, and 15. Seattle last year, 12 games, 14 innings, not one run allowed. And he pitched in the game last night, did not allow a run. So in his Seattle career, Evan Scribner has not allowed a run. See if that can change tonight with Evan Gattis, the hitter.
Well, they finally got Paxton out of the game.
He was impressive tonight. In the air, foul, and drifting beyond the Seattle dugout. Paxton was what we've heard from the Seattle people as advertised tonight. He was very good.
He was very good. We saw great fastball command. We had heard about the ball jumping out of his hand, and with the motion that he had and the velocity, you could agree with that. Very fluid, very downhill towards home plate. Ball jumping out 95 plus out of that left arm. But the breaking ball for me was the secondary pitch that I was very impressed with. It was one thing to sit on the heater, but the breaking ball is what was frustrating the Astro hitters.
Down the right field side, but foul. Counts 1-2 on Gattis. And you talked about the ease in which he brings the 96, 97, even up to 98.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to watch those guys go out because they can pitch at 95, but reach back to that 97, 98 when they need to get that big out.
Gattis with a double and a flyout so far. He owns one of the 3 hits for the Astros. And he rips one to left field for a base hit. Gurriel will make the turn and hold. Astros have the first 2 runners on here in the 7th inning.
Good piece of hitting by Evan Gattis.
Tonight's league leaders are presented by Houston Methodist. Making contact. Josh Reddick due up. Jose Altuve, Norioki amongst the best in baseball, all in the top 30. Mark Zepchinski had been warming the lefty. There is a lefty due up. Scott Service comes out to the mound to take out Evan Scribner. He's responsible for the 2 runners on. Gurriel second, Gattis on first. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back. Tying runs on base with nobody out. New pitcher for the Seattle Mariners, Mark Zepchinski. Appeared last year mostly with the A's, also with the Washington Nationals. Tough on lefties over his career. He got Ryan McCann last game to ground out. Only batter he faced. Once again, those league leaders.
Yeah, you were talking about those Houston Methodist League leaders. And you can see the last season at 9.6 K percentage, 4th amongst Major League Baseball for Aoki. Obviously Altuve, a high contact guy. Josh Reddick, another guy who probably creep even higher if you take those Dodgers numbers out of it. But what's interesting about that is that was a key issue for the Astros to address in the offseason. Through 3 games last year, 34 punch outs for the Astros. This year, 14. 20 strikeout improvement.
Startling. See what Josh has done over his career against lefties. 34-14. And there's still a little bit of play to go here in the third game, but that is a tremendous improvement. Here's a couple of guys that played together for the Oakland A's last year. Josh Reddick facing his former teammate Mark Zepchinski. Tried to hold up, and Laz Diaz said yes he did. 1-1. Well, that's going to be important in any situation, but especially in a situation where you want to try and keep a rally going, move runners, you want contact.
That is so true. Rallies. Strikeouts are rally killers. That's why you hear the Astros talk about having pitches that have swing and miss type stuff, so if they do get base runners on, you avoid contact. But you put so much pressure on the defense if you know you're going to put the ball in play.
Zepchinski ahead of Reddick, 1-2. Marwin Gonzalez has grabbed the bat. He is waiting on deck to pinch hit for Jake Marisnick. Zepchinski has held left-hand hitters to a career batting average of .219. Throws a lot of sliders ahead of the count to lefties. His former teammate probably knows that. In the air to shallow right center field. Martin will drift over. Gurriel tags and bluffs. The Reddick flies to center as the throw comes in. So 1 out, a couple of runners on.
Like the idea of having that switch hitter on the bench to pinch hit. Kind of forces the manager to make the decision. Do you stay with the left-hander or do you bring in the right-hander? Because last night, Marwin Gonzalez hit a home run off a right-handed pitcher.
You pick your poison. In this case, Zepchinski was only in to face Josh Reddick. He will leave the game. Dan Altavilla, right-hander, comes on and will turn Marwin Gonzalez around.
Seven 2-0 Mariners leading the Astros, and time to take a look at our Chevy Stropole results. We asked you earlier which play is the signature moment for Tal's Hill. I'm not really surprised here, but Lance Berkman wins with 81% in a landslide.
Did you just say a landslide? Well played, Julia.
Are we gonna see it again?
That was a great catch. I think the reaction is what makes it for me.
Stay tuned.
Dan Altavilla is the new pitcher for the Seattle Mariners. Pitched last night through a shutout inning in the 8th. 1-2 inning, getting Marwin Gonzalez, George Springer, and Alex Bregman. And oh, by the way, guess which 3 hitters are due up against Altavilla here in the 7th tonight.
Might explain why Scott Service jumped out of there when he saw Marwin Gonzalez coming up. High velocity type guy is Altavilla. 96 on the heater, also has a changeup, but that changeup is at 93.
Misses way inside. with the slider, 1-0.
Nope, that's exactly right. That third pitch is that slider. Good pickup.
Throws the slider a lot to righties, not as much to lefties, but he started Marwin Gonzalez off with a slider. Marwin hit a home run last night into the Crawford boxes. Gave the Astros a 2-1 lead. They would win by that score.
Oppo Taco on a Tuesday night.
How about Wednesday? Line drive, base hit to left field. Bases are loaded. Gurriel being held. And we head to the top of the order with the Astros with runners at every base and George Springer due up.
Just keep getting on base. That's a heck of an AB by Marwin Gonzalez. So maybe learned a little bit from facing Altavilla last night. But you talked about the opposite field home run. Look what he does right here. Takes a high heater, gets on top, just shoots it the other way. Not trying to do too much. That was nice. Head down. All you're doing, bottom part of the order, they do have some thump. If you turn that lineup over, you really talk about putting some pressure on a pitcher.
That's the Astros' first hit this series with runners in scoring position.
There we go.
Didn't result in a run, but now one will.
Break the seal.
Here's George Springer. Slider, swing and a miss.
George had the first home run this season for the Astros. I think he was going for the first grand slam.
Last night when Springer faced him, it was the third time he had faced Altavilla in his career. He's 0 for 3. On the ground, past Seager, fair ball. Gurriel scores. Around third comes Gaddis, he'll score. We're tied at 2 on George Springer's bases loaded double.
Some kind of special is George Springer. We talked about turning that lineup over. That is exactly why. George took a pretty aggressive attack on that first swing, trying to go deep. Turned it down a little bit in that second swing and snuck it down the third base line past Seager. But again, a couple of pitches we're seeing from Altavilla that have been hit for base hits have been elevated in the strike zone. Astros getting a good look at it right now, and they're continuing to pile on. Now you've got second and third after those 2 runs have scored. Tell you what, that guy right there is the leader of excitement for this Astro team.
Now the infield drawn in with runners at second and third and 1 out. Alex Bregman at the plate. Strike 1. Got that power slider at 89 to go along with, as Lummer said, high-octane fastball and a changeup that's in the 90s.
It's pretty amazing.
Changeup in the 90s.
The modern-day reliever.
Up and in, 1-1. Fans love that last AB.
They love that last AB. They love George Springer, and they are in love with this 2017 team.
2 hits over 6 innings against the starter, James Paxton. In the 7th inning, 4 hits. Fouled back by Bregman, 1-2.
Another good pass by the Astros, and a fastball that is catching a lot of home plate.
Didn't chase, 2-2. That was a great take.
That's a guy that has maybe 150 ABs coming into the season in the big leagues. Just spit on a nasty slider on the outside corner with 2 strikes.
Goes down swinging as Altavilla gets him there. 2 outs now in the inning. And the crowd starting to react as the guy striding to the plate is Jose Altuve.
I think Bregman was anticipating a little more break on that slider. That's why you kind of see that funky swing. It was one of those cement mixers that was thrown extremely hard by Altavilla. Kind of backed up a little bit. Because as a hitter, you're anticipating break when you recognize spin. That's why you'll ask a lot of big league hitters, what's the best pitch in baseball? They say the cement mixer or the backup slider because it doesn't do what it's supposed to. There you go. Oh man, how about these single season greats? Look, just take a look at the names and I'll explain what they are on there for. 200 plus hits, 70 plus extra base hits, 30 plus steals since 1916. Ty Cobb's on a list and your name's on there, you're doing something right.
At least for now, they will pitch to Altuve, second and third, 2 outs. Altuve has faced Altavilla twice in his career. He has doubled and grounded out. Astros and Mariners tied at 2, bottom half of the 7th inning. Strike one. Jose looking for his first hit tonight. Reached on a strikeout wild pitch his last time up. On the ground, Segura waits for it. Throws in time to get Altuve, and that'll do it for the Astros. But a big 4-hit, 2-run inning ties this game at 7. George Springer with a 2 RBI double. For the Houston Astros.
Aoki into the game. Springer moves back to center field. Reddick moves from corner to corner going to right field, and Devo gets a chance to get into this ball game and make an appearance in 2017.
Chris Davinsky, his first appearance after an absolutely brilliant 2016.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job. Never turned down an opportunity given to him. 6 games against those Mariners, 1.32 ERA. I like that strikeout to walk ratio.
First batter he faces is Robinson Cano, and he whistles one into the crowd for a strike. Somehow that fan
good for
got
her.
the ball, and she is fine to show for it. That ball was really rocketed by Cano. 0-1. Davinsky's first action here in 2017. You saw that 1.61 ERA. That was a Houston rookie record for relievers. Not only was he named Rookie of the Year by the Houston chapter, the Baseball Writers Association of America, he was also the 2016 Pitcher of the Year.
And one of the more fun guys to be around, too. Had a great personality, always upbeat.
Ahead of Cano, 0-2. There is that changeup. He gets Cano swinging. Loves that change against lefties. And he picks up a 3-pitch strikeout on the dangerous Robbie Cano to start the 8th.
That is beautiful. He does have the velocity, and that's what makes that changeup that much more special. But when he pulls a string, you can see the arm action. It's a funky delivery to begin with. But that is a very good left-handed hitter, taking a swing like that on Davinsky's changeup.
A very good left-hand hitter who actually had Devo's number last year. Not many guys did, but Robbie Cano was 4 for 6 against Chris with a couple of doubles. Here's Nelson Cruz. Opposite numbers for Nelly Cruz, 0 for 6 against Devo with 2 strikeouts. And he swings through that offering, nothing in 1. Another good late diving breaking ball, changeup.
Yeah, he's equal opportunity. It doesn't matter what side of the plate. We always talk about how good Devo is against left-handers. 229 lefties hit against him. Righties hit a $185 last year against him. My goodness.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, you want to have guys like this in your bullpen.
Again tonight, and you heard earlier with Mike Stanton in the booth, both Luke Gregerson and Ken Giles going back-to-back. A.J. Hinch would rather stay away from using them 3 days in a row. Chris Davinsky gets a chance here to pitch for the first time. Michael Feliz was very good, getting the 2 batters he faced, striking out Gene Segura and getting Mitch Haniger to end the inning. Tony Sipp also made his first appearance of the season and recorded an out. So here we are in the 8th, brand new ball game. It's up to the bullpens. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Davinsky has started out 2017 by striking out Robinson Cano and Nelson Cruz.
Yeah, he might be a little fired up, huh? Changeup looks good, but the bullpen last year, you see the relievers last year against lefties, very good. Ken Giles obviously his slider, Feliz with the firm fastball, Gregerson with his mix of sinker slider. Will Harris getting in the kitchen with that cutter also.
Will's numbers have always been outstanding against lefty hitters. Fastball right on the outer edge for a called strike.
Yeah, Will, it's amazing. Jeff Luno's done a very good job with the waiver claims on some guys. Will Harris has got to be the best one he's ever had.
He has looked very good this year, both at the end of spring training and in the game last night. Davinsky's no nonsense either. He gets the sign and he attacks.
He's Rob Manfred's dream.
In fact, he was so ready that Kyle Seager called time.
And you're going to see big league hitters do that against Devo, trying to mess up the rhythm, because he does get in a rhythm where he grabs the baseball and goes.
The other thing, in addition to the numbers we showed you on Davinsky, he's such a great weapon because he can go multiple innings for you.
It's an interesting situation to have him here in a tie ball game too.
1-2 the count.
To your point,
that changeup is really nasty tonight.
He's always had pretty good depth, but this one is falling off the table. The bottom is absolutely falling out of the bottom of it.
He is 1 pitch away from striking out the side against Cano, Cruz, and Seager. He does not chase that changeup, and it's 2-2. Some tough takes by Seager there on the 1-2 and 2-2 pitch, and now the count's full.
Still not a guarantee you're going to get a fastball. Still got 3 options. Hence the reason you just saw that swing on that pitch right there. It was a changeup up, and he was way late on it.
On the ground, fouled, stays 3-2.
Got that barrel slowed down a little bit. Let's see if he makes a decision either to throw a wrinkle into it because he's seen back-to-back changeups, or does he come with the heater? Because he's slowed it down. He's had to slow the bat down to make contact and foul off those 2 changeups.
Gaddis wants this pitch up. It is up too high, and that's ball 4. So good plate appearance there by Seager to draw the walk. That was an 8-pitch walk. Now Davinsky will have to do work against Danny Valencia. See Valencia tonight 0 for 3. Astros had just 2 hits through 6 innings against the starter James Paxton. Then they bunched 4 hits together in that 2-run bottom half of the 7th inning. 2 hits against Evan Scribner. Mark Zepchinski got an out, and then 2 more hits against Dan Altavilla. 2 runs came across the charge to Scribner's ledger. His first runs allowed as a Mariner. Going back to last season. Now Davinsky ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Mariners led this game 2-0 on a Gene Segura 2-run home run in the 5th. Astros tied it last half inning. Davinsky has struck out 2 in this inning, ahead 1-2. Does not get a chase there, and the count evens up. And for both Seager and Valencia, really good jobs not chasing after Davinsky got ahead of both of them. Mike Zunino waits on deck. With 2 outs and a full count, a head start at first base for Kyle Seager. And called third strike. First inning of the season, Davinsky strikes out 3. We head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Number 1, Carlos Correa will lead things off for the Astros in the bottom half. Inning, the Astros put together 4 base hits after 2 through the first 6. Yuli Gurriel with that chopper to start things off.
Saw some good wheels in the end, and Gallus comes up, gets a breaking ball, shoots it down the line. Pinch hitter Marwin Gonzalez adding to it too.
And then it was the big bases loaded double by George Springer to score 2 to tie the game. Springer was excited. The fans were excited. Tonight's fan cam is presented by GulloAuto.com. We move to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Good pitcher on for Seattle. Bring on a lefty, James Pazos, 25-year-old, acquired from the New York Yankees. He will have the task of facing Carlos Correa to start this inning.
Look at some of Pazos' numbers with the Yankees last season. Throws hard. 95 miles an hour on the fastball. Also has a slider.
Carlos was ready on that first pitch. Talked about the ambush earlier. He was trying to ambush there and fouls one back, 0-1.
Yeah, he decided to ambush a 97-mile-an-hour heater a little bit late.
Seattle has some live arms out of the bullpen. Pazos, you mentioned his ability to bring it. We just saw Altavilla averages over 96 on his fastball. Haven't seen their closer yet, but Edwin Diaz averages over 97, and he's just 23 years of age. He's actually close to 98 miles an hour average on the fastball is Diaz.
Yeah, he's probably chomping at a bit to get out of that bullpen too. Been buried in that cave for the last 2 days.
We have seen the rest of the of the Seattle bullpen with one exception. Dylan Overton not here. He was on paternity leave. He'll be back with the team tomorrow. But in his place, Chase DeYoung was called up from AAA, and he has not yet seen action in this series. So just DeYoung and the closer Diaz have not pitched yet in the series for Scott Service. 2-1 the count to Carlos Correa. Tie game, bottom half of the 8th inning. Astros have won the first 2 games by scoring a total of 5 runs. Ground ball with the third baseman Seager on the line. This is going to find its way into left field. Correa, a leadoff base runner here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Segura a little slow to get up.
That was not graceful by any means at all. That would have been a tough play even if he had come up with it. But he was on the attack. This ball is going to get through and be a base hit no matter what. But you see that left wrist of Segura jammed itself into the ground. Watch the left wrist on the Supermo. Not good. Stretch those ligaments out a little bit. He's back at shortstop, but he's going to be feeling that for a little while. Leadoff man on here in the bottom of the 8th.
And Carlos Beltran still looking for his first hit of the 2017 season. This would not be a bad time for it. Correa on first. The other thing was Seager guarding the line against Correa to start the inning. That's a play that if he's in his normal position, he might be able to make.
No, I agree. That's a really good point. A lot of teams have, especially the Astros, have gotten away from playing on the line early because they want to play for that. But if he does sneak it down the line, it turns into a leadoff double.
Fastball at 92 rides away in a meeting between Zunino and Pazos.
I don't think I'm going to surprise anybody by saying that I don't think Carlos Beltran is comfortable in the box right now, waving at that first pitch fastball.
Got himself a nice WBC so far in the 2017 season. That bats have probably not been to Beltran's liking. He rips one this time, though. Base hit left field. Astros with 2 on, nobody out. Tie game, bottom of the 8th.
It's good to see Carlos proving me wrong. Just takes one to get that bat going. And again, the veteran experience, 39 years old, plenty of time in the big leagues, no panic whatsoever. And that's just what these guys do at this level. They make adjustments from pitch to pitch, swing to swing. And I think, you know, as far as a veteran, he took a weak pass at the first fastball. The next fastball was out of the zone. Zunino went to the mound. I guarantee you that gave up Beltran a little bit of time to regroup, think about what's going on. But he went out there to have Zunino went out there to have a conversation with Pazos saying, hey, just locate your fastball. Beltran took that to heart, put a good swing on it. Now he's got some issues.
Now he has to deal with Yuli Gurriel. First and second, nobody out. Pitch way inside. Good stop by Zunino, 1-0. Gurriel started the 2-run rally in the bottom of the 7th with an infield hit. Yuli 1 for 3 tonight.
Zunino let a couple of strikeouts get on earlier in this game, but that was a very good block. Who knows where that ball would have gone if it had kicked past him.
In the air to center field. Martin drifts to his left. Correa tags. Will he test him? No. Martin gets the ball back in for out number 1.
That'll be interesting to watch throughout the year, too, is to see how often there is speed on this Astros roster, especially on the base paths. Are they going to force trying to get that extra 90 feet, or are they going to hold their ground and let the next guy in the lineup try and do some damage?
Evan Gattis due up. Scott Service wants to see a new pitcher. Casey Fiend had been warming. We'll tell you about the new M's reliever when we come back.
One out. Get single game tickets for the 2017 season and watch your Astros take on top AL teams like Yankees, Red Sox, and Rangers. Visit Astros.com for more info or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Todd?
All right, Julia. Mariners go to a new pitcher. Righty on righty as Casey Fiend takes over. You see what he did last year with the Twins and the Dodgers. ERA of 5.49. He allowed 13 home runs last year in 39 1/3 innings pitched. Fastball slider guy. He'll drop in an occasional curveball. Fastball around 93, 94. Slider around 88, 89. And he'll face Evan Gattis, who has had as good a night as anybody for the Astros. Double, single in 3 at-bats. He scored a run. And he bats here with runners on first and second and 1 out. In the air to right field. Sending Haniger all the way back to in front of the track. Correa will tag and head to third. Beltran stays at first. Gattis is out, number 2. So Fiend now will face the left-hand hitting Josh Reddick.
Pitching coach out for a chat. Got Reddick at the plate. Marlon Gonzalez. Nori Aoki is now in the 9-hole going into left field. So it's a conversation. Beltran, not much of a base stealing threat at first base, but it's more how to approach Josh Reddick, who has a real opportunity to endear himself to the fans here in Houston. Big base hit, some 2-out lightning right here. Deuces are wild.
First and third, 2 outs, bottom half of the 8th inning. Neither team has done a lot of damage in this series with runners in scoring position. The big blow tonight for Houston was a bases loaded double by George Springer. First pitch is upstairs to Reddick.
Pretty interesting alignment as far as defense is concerned. You see Robinson Cano in shallow right field, nobody at second base, and Segura's still on that shortstop side.
Way up and away, 2-0.
Normally you see that shortstop pulled over to try and cover that area vacated, but there's a huge gap to the right of Robinson Cano. Even a routine ground ball might be a base hit.
20,303 on hand tonight at Minute Maid Park. Josh Reddick with a 2-0 count. Runners on the corners, 2 away, tie game. 2-1.
May look like Reddick is a little laid back in the box, but that's that Oakland A mentality. Take some pitches, be patient, work those counts, wait for the mistake and crush it.
Big rip there, no contact, 2-2.
It was. He was letting it go right there. Reddick is a smaller, wiry type guy, but he can still generate some pop.
Stays alive, 2-2.
Tell you what, Casey Fiend's probably happy he threw that in a 2-strike count. If that was early in the count, I think Reddick might have launched that one. So kind of getting that defense mode with 2 strikes, looking on the outer portion of the plate. And Reddick's still quick enough to react and foul that pitch off. But if it's earlier in the count and he's looking heater, it's turn and burn time.
Reddick with 10 home runs last year. And Reddick goes down swinging. So Casey Fiend comes out of the bullpen and gets a flyout and a strikeout to send this game into the 9th, tied at 2.
Top of the 9th, and Chris Davinsky is still out on the mound, and he came out of the 8th inning firing. Again, he'll take the ball anytime AJ gives it to him, but he has a good matchup against left-handers and right-handers. Mainly that changeup is the pitch he goes to when he gets guys to 2 strikes, but this is a tough part of the order that he mowed through. 3 punch-outs in the inning, all via the changeup.
Impressive top half of the 8th, and there he is for another inning coming out here in the 9th. Got the ability to go 2-3 innings. 10 times last year he appeared in the game and threw it at least 3 innings. He'll face Mike Zunino to lead off the 9th. Zunino doubled his first time up, 1 for 3 tonight. Mariners 2 runs, 5 hits. Astros 2 runs, 8 hits. This ball's hammered, but hooking foul. And the count's 1-1. Astros had 2 hits through 6 innings and have 6 hits in the last 2. Called strike, 1-2. Davinsky is the 4th pitcher the Astros have used tonight. Michael Feliz, Tony Sipp worked the 7th. On the ground toward 3rd, but foul. While the Astros have used 4 pitchers, Seattle has used 6. 5 relievers in the last 2 innings. One guy they haven't used is their closer Edwin Diaz, and he's warming up in their bullpen. 1-2 the count. Zunino, Dyson, Martin as the 7, 8, 9 hitters do up against Davinsky, and he has 4 outs, all via the strikeout tonight.
Such a huge asset to have in that bullpen. Talk about starters creating depth. How about Davinsky creating depth in that bullpen and giving guys nights off, being able to go multiple innings?
Called strike on the inside corner, 0-1. This has been a pitchers dominated series so far. As Dyson sends one into shallow right field, long run for Reddick, still coming on, and Josh gets there for the second out.
Stay connected to Astros baseball all season long with the MLB.com at-bat mobile app. Customize the app for the Astros and get the app's best features all season long by subscribing to at-bat premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Download MLB.com at-bat today, the #1 app for live Astros baseball.
2 outs, bases cleared. Leonis Martin takes a fastball up high for a ball, 1-0. Martin has singled, walked, and stolen a base. A little different look for Scott's service tonight. He's got Dyson and Martin in the 8 and 9 spots in the order. Davinsky behind the #9 hitter, 2-0. There's a changeup at 2-0, and he gets a swing and a miss.
Good luck with that. That's filthy. That's not normal action on a changeup. I don't mean to keep laughing. I'm only laughing because it feels comfortable in the seat all of a sudden.
You're not in the box.
Exactly. My gosh. Changeup was my nemesis left-handed. It's one thing to have that pitch tailing away. Some guys really do a good job of creating that action, but there's depth in that falling out of the zone.
Does he triple up against the lefty?
If he can create that movement, why not?
He doesn't chase this time. It's 2-2.
Good idea, but a good spot in a 2-strike count. See if he chases.
Full count to Martin. 2 outs, bases cleared. And he goes 4 in a row with the changeup. Chris Davinsky, after getting down to the count 2-0, goes to his bread and butter. He has struck out 5 in 2 innings. Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. 2-2 game. We head to the bottom half of the 9th inning. Seattle manager Scott Service said he wanted to get his closer Edwin Diaz some work tonight. He was hoping to get him work with a lead. Instead, he comes into a tie game.
Great numbers from the high velocity Edwin Diaz. Brings it in there. Right around 97, 98 miles an hour. Pretty consistently. Has a changeup at 90 miles an hour. Also has a slider at 86, 87 miles an hour. If you look at his splits, left-handers last season hit 195 against him. Right-handers hit 248, hit 3 home runs off him also.
There will be a righty or 2 or 3 or 4 after the first hitter. The Astros' first 4 after Norioki in the lineup are all right-hand hitters. So Diaz will face his former teammate from last year, getting his first at bat tonight. Norioki started game 1 for the Astros, getting his first AB after coming in for Jake Marisnick, who was pinch hit for in the 7th inning. Marwin Gonzalez with a big pinch hit single as part of that 4-hit 2-run 7th. In the dirt, Diaz with 2 outside the zone to start the bottom half of the 9th inning. Aoki has never faced the young right-hander, as you would imagine, since he jumped up from Double-A to the big leagues last year while a teammate of Nori. And it's 3-0. Diaz's first appearance in 2017, and he's fallen behind the Astros leadoff hitter. Looking to bunt, and he takes ball 4. Just showing bunt. He wasn't going to bunt. Aoki disrupts Diaz and a 4-pitch walk.
Springer has a flair for the dramatics. We've already seen a 2-run double to tie this ball game up, but this is the first career walk-off home run. It was in the 11th inning versus the Arizona Diamondbacks here at Minute Maid Park. You know George likes those celebrations. This one, walk-off single June 18th in the 11th inning against the Cincinnati Reds. So he's got a flair for the dramatics, loves the drama, and loves the excitement too.
Springer 1 for 3 in his career against Diaz. Pitch in the dirt. Aoki thought about heading to second, but stays at first. That ball pops right up to Zunino. But 5 pitches out of the zone from Edwin Diaz.
And Zunino got away with one right there. Talked about Bregman earlier in the game, anticipating ball in the dirt. It's another good time for a base runner. Might be a tough time to steal, but anticipate ball in dirt to take that extra 90 feet.
Diaz has not shown command early on in this inning. And another one in the dirt. 6 straight out of the zone. That's going to get a visit from his pitching coach.
There's a little urgency for this visit right now from Stottlemyre. He's just settling the young man down. The guy has closer-type stuff. But when you see a pitcher of his caliber missing the zone by that much, it's time for a conversation. And it might be, you have 98 in the tank. Throw it in there.
It's been a heavy slider mix so far.
Yeah, well, when guys start to miss with their fastball, so it's a tendency of catchers to put down some other fingers to try and find that strike zone. But again, we talk about it all the time, and you hear it around the league. Big league hitters get here by hitting the fastball. They can put a barrel on a bullet if you give them a chance. A couple looks at it. But right now in a 2-0 count, got a pretty good idea what George might be looking for.
Looking for something upper 90s that he can drive.
Believe that. Hey.
Springer with the 2 runs batted in the game for the Astros tonight. Chopper the third on one hop. Seager to Cano for 1. The relay in time. That's where guarding the line pays off, as Seager was right on the bag at third to turn the double play.
Good defense. They were playing a little bit shallow, too. See him playing even with the bat. That ball was hit well. George struck that pretty good.
That ball was not too dissimilar from his 2 RBI double.
Yep.
Just
Game
one
of adjustments, isn't it?
guy guarding the line versus a guy playing his normal third base position. Here's Alex Bregman. He has never faced Diaz.
Some call it tough luck. Some call it smart defense.
Well, we saw how guarding the line hurt in the Carlos Correa base hit to start the 8th inning. But there it pays off for the Mariners as Seager was right there on the line.
Well, what they're trying to do is eliminate the double, because a double gives the base runner at first base a chance to score.
Bregman holds off. It's 1-1. And no doubles when you guard the line. And as you said, with Aoki on first base, that could be the ball game if it gets by Seager or Valencia down either line. Called strike, 1-2. So after missing with 6 straight to start the inning, Diaz gets a double play, and now he's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He was in an uncomfortable situation until that double play. Now he's back to being comfortable.
On the ground to short, Segura. Low throw gets by Valencia. Bregman's going to head to second.
Ball went into the dugout, get the extra base. That's a big error by Segura. As a hitter with 2 outs, you're trying to get yourself into scoring position, but Gene helped him out. Not hit very hard. Segura in perfect position. Just yanked it. There you see a good shot of it heading right down into the dugout. Isn't it amazing what this game can do to you in a high-stress situation? Guess who's at the plate? Guy who hit .372 last year with runners in scoring position.
And a guy looking for his first hit of the night, Jose Altuve. Astros 2 for 13 tonight with runners in scoring position. Any of the 20,303 here at Minute Maid Park are standing with Altuve at the plate. Squib shot foul past the first base coach, Rich Dower.
Got that out of your system.
Diaz has faced Altuve only 1 time. It was an RBI ground out for Jose. See, he's looking for his 4th career walk-off. In front of the plate, Zunino makes the play. And we have our first extra inning game of 2017 as we head to the 10th, tied at 2. Still in there for the Astros. Here is tonight's game summary. Gene Segura got things going for Seattle with a 2-run home run to right.
Hanging breaking ball off of Charlie Morton. It looked good until that pitch. Just takes 1, but George Springer answered back 2 on. Pull it down that left field line.
That one looked good on that 1 hopper past Kyle Seager. Unfortunately, later in the game, Springer would bat with Seager guarding the line, and that same kind of ground ball turned into a double play. They weren't that different.
Not at all.
Ball ripped into right center field. Tough play for Reddick, but he comes over and makes it in front of George Springer for the first out. That ball was tailing away from Springer, and the right fielder made the call on the catch.
Well, you know what makes it tough? We talk about it all the time about how good this outfield defense can be, because you basically have nothing but center fielders out there, but you create so much range that you kind of get in position on these in-between fly balls where you're going to have guys trying to figure out who's going to make the play.
That's part of it when you have a new teammate.
That's a good point, too. Yeah, these guys are still getting used to each other.
Here's Mitch Haniger, takes a called strike.
And it was a little bit different in spring training with that big outfield at the ballpark at the Palm Beaches. And then you condense these guys and you increase their range in this small outfield here at Minute Maid.
Davinsky working his third inning. He has struck out 5 in 2 1/3. The only runner he's allowed is Kyle Seager, who drew a walk with 2 outs in the 8th. Called strike. Devo ahead 1-2. Haniger 0 for 3 tonight, has a stolen base. Also drew a walk. Charlie Morton started this game. Tony Sipp, Michael Feliz, and Chris Davinsky the rest of the way. There is a called third strike. Davinsky has 6 Ks of his 8 outs.
Another changeup, but when you're looking for fastball and you've seen nothing but sliders and he pulls a string on you right here, he just locks up Haniger. About halfway to the plate, you recognize it. You know your swing's not ready for it, and you're just hoping the home plate umpire misses it too. That's that look of nice pitch. You got me.
Now Devo deals with the guy who he started his outing against, Robinson Cano. Struck out Cano his first time up on 3 pitches. He won't do that this time as he misses down low for ball 1. Cano 0 for 4. A couple of ground outs, a couple of strikeouts. Just misses the corner. It's 2-0. Davinsky wanted that call. Robbie is 4 for 7 in his career against Davinsky with a couple of doubles. There's a strike, 2-1.
Inside changeup. Looks like a fastball out of the hand. It's tough as a hitter to react because you initially feel that fastballs are going to be inside. So the front shoulder, just a little bit of a twinge. But then you see the changeup come in. You really got no time to adjust.
2-2.
Hey, man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, that is some nasty stuff from Davinsky tonight. Changeups that are just diving down in the dirt. And now Cano's like, he's thrown me 2 in a row in hitters counts. What's he doing an even count? Two-two, top of the 10th inning.
You elevate out of the zone. Try to back foot him.
Now the count's full.
Seen a lot of 3-2 changeups from Davinsky. He's not afraid to throw it, like you said, in hitters counts.
M's and the Astros have played 27 innings so far in this series. There's been a total of 10 runs scored. Tonight is the highest scoring game of the series at 2-2. He got Cano chasing Davinsky with 3 no-hit innings. Can he pick up the win? If it's up to Carlos Correa with his walk-offs from last year, he'll try and do it again this year.
Correa in the clutch. May 24th, that started a very strong stretch for the Houston Astros as they went on to play extremely good baseball. June 4th, single in the 12th inning against Oakland here. Puts the Astros on top. That was two. There's still two more to go. The young man enjoys the spotlight, has the ability to back it up. There's a single in the bottom of the 9th, and right here, August 1st, was the 14th inning double against the Blue Jays. 2-1 win. The man understands the spotlight, wants the spotlight, and has come through in the spotlight.
Takes a pitch up and in from Edwin Diaz to start the bottom half of the 10th inning. Astros have left 10 on tonight. The Mariners have left on 7. Correa with a base hit his last time up, 1 for 4 on the evening. Strike on the outer half, 1-1. Carlos has faced Edwin Diaz twice in his career. He's 1 for 2. Slider catches the inside corner, and now Correa down in the count.
Not necessarily located great, but tilts back-to-back good sliders.
Called third strike, fastball outer half. Correa didn't like a couple of those calls. Has a word for Doug Eddings as he is the first out here in the 10th. All 4 of those pitches were pretty good.
Just tip your cap. It's pretty nasty.
Well, Diaz doesn't go multiple innings very often. In fact, last year, after June 14th, he went 2 full innings only once. Working in his 2nd inning tonight. In that game where he went 2 innings or more, he lost his final outing of the year to the Oakland A's in a game at Safeco Field on October 1st. Pitch misses away. It's 2-0 to Beltran. Rookie sensation last year has never had a chance to pitch very much like in a Chris Davinsky situation where he goes multiple innings, as Beltran now with a 2-1 count.
With him going multiple innings, it'll be interesting to see if he comes back tomorrow.
Out at the plate.
If the Mariners should need him.
Mariners are running out of arms.
Yeah.
They have used 6 of their 8 guys in the bullpen. And that's the beauty of Chris Davinsky, is he can save some bullets for other guys in the Astros bullpen.
Good time.
2-2 pitch way outside, and now the count's full. He has up to 22 pitches in this game. Off the end of the bat, this is perfectly placed. Beltran can jog to first with an infield hit.
That's a peach, huh? Take that nasty slider and dribble it about 30 feet down that third baseline for a knock. You play long enough, you get a chance to get some of these hits. And we talk about contact all the time, avoiding the strikeout. But how about the recognition? I got this.
Don't waste energy if you don't have to.
It's that veteran experience coming into play. Hit it where they aim.
So 1 out, 1 on, bottom of the 10th. Yuli Gurriel takes a fastball for a called strike. How about the Indians again coming from behind? They were down to the Rangers heading into the 9th inning.
Sam Dyson, 5 earned runs.
They were down 6-4, and Dyson gave up 5. There's a ball ripped foul.
Good swing. Lindor jumped him with a grand slam.
How about that?
That is crazy.
This has been a devastating opening series for the Rangers.
Well, how about opening up against Cleveland? My goodness, that pitching staff that they roll out there. You add Encarnacion to that mix. Brantley's healthy back out there, but don't forget about Lindor, who's been doing it for a couple years now too.
3 for 4 with 5 ribbies tonight. 1-2 pitch. Gurriel goes around, and he is the second out of the night, or of the inning, excuse me. Well, Diaz picks up strikeout number 2. Now he'll face Evan Gattis. We were mentioning the ability for Diaz to bounce back after a lengthy outing. Last year, he had 8 different occasions where he threw 30 or more pitches. And in none of those situations did he pitch the next day. He's up to 27 tonight. Breaking ball, ripped to the right of Robbie Cano over the pitcher's head for the final out here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. We head to the 11th, still 2-all. Beautiful night in Houston. Fans enjoying a little extra inning action with Chris Davinsky back on for his 4th inning of work.
Why not?
He made starts last year, but out of the bullpen, he had plenty of outings where he went more than 3 innings. He pitched 4 or more in 3 relief appearances.
As a reliever, he almost averaged 2 innings an appearance. That's unheard of for a reliever to average almost 2 innings.
108 1/3 innings pitched last year. 5 other times, Davinsky either went 3 1/3 or 3 2/3 as he starts out Nelson Cruz with a breaking ball for a called strike, 0-1. Davinsky has faced 10 hitters. He has 7 strikeouts. He has walked 1 batter and a couple of fly balls to right field.
Guys, that changeup that's been so good for Chris Davinsky tonight, I asked him about it before the season started. How did you become so confident in this pitch? How did it become so good? And he said he taught himself the pitch. He's picked up pointers throughout his career, but it's just repetition, throwing it over and over. He feels like it's a great pitch. He knows he can get swing and misses with it, but he knows that he has to keep working on it. Another thing, of course, that he was working on this spring training was that slider, but that changeup, really something.
That's a close pitch to take with 2 strikes.
Like a seam caught the outside edge.
That could have gone either way. You don't want to give this guy extra strikes to work with. 2-2 the count to Nelson Cruz. 1 for 4 tonight with a double. On the ground, Bregman right there. 2 big hops and a high throw. Gurriel able to make the tag. Cruz says he missed him. Bregman frustrated with himself. We're going to get an umpire conference here as Corey Blazer and Doug Eddings meet near first base.
This one's on the umpires.
Originally called out by the first base umpire Blazer at first. Nelson Cruz hasn't left the bag.
Some awkward moments. Good job by Yuli to elevate and stick in there and try and get him. Does he get him on that arm? Looks like he got the jersey.
It could have.
Yeah.
I think there could be a lack of clear and convincing evidence to overturn this.
Why you got to get all legal on me?
Because I want to.
Law and order and stuff.
Because it's the 11th inning, and we got to get the right call here in the Astros' favor.
My gosh, that was pretty technical, Todd. You nailed that one.
No, I'm just thinking.
I agree.
You need something.
You need something that's going to convince you to overturn the original.
And was there something that absolutely shows that there wasn't a piece of that glove that got a piece of that jersey?
There was the leather string on that glove hit a loose thread on Nelson Cruz's jersey.
Here's another look. See if you can tell here.
Just watch for a little movement from the jersey coming in from the left.
You have no chance.
Yeah.
That can't overturn it. I don't know if this can either.
I'm seeing a little bit. Right here in the pit. Right there.
Yeah, that's got to stand.
But then you've got to look at the jersey and the foot, because that was pretty close to the foot being on the bag before that tag.
I wasn't even looking at that. I was just looking to see if he made contact with him.
You were just waiting to tell me to look at it.
Play under review.
They're replaying it on El Grande here at Minute Maid Park. You're getting a couple of different reactions.
The Cruz was close to being called out on an 0-2 pitch that just missed the outside corner. Now on a throw by Bregman that pulled Gurriel off the bag. Yuli appeared to make the tag. That was the call by Blazer. I think if he was called safe, it would stand, and I think if he was called out, it would stand. It's hard to see clear and convincing either way.
And again, these angles that you're seeing at home are the same angles they're seeing here at Minute Maid Park and in New York.
Decision has been made back at MLB Replay Central.
All stands.
Confirmed. How about that? They saw evidence that he actually made the tag. Good job, Yuli.
He must have been wearing his shades.
That's a good look.
Those new Snapchat glasses?
Are they? Julia?
Yeah, Julia would have a better.
Don't know. I don't know anything about Snapchat.
All right. Well, we thought maybe you knew something about the glasses.
They look sharp.
One out. Nobody on. Here's Kyle Seager. Ball strike. After all that, Chris Davinsky has retired 10 of the first 11 he has faced. He is up to 53 pitches. Last year, Devo threw more than 55 pitches in 4 different relief outings. 65 was his highest coming against the Blue Jays. That game he pitched innings 9 through 13. Ground ball, right side. Gurriel smothers it, takes it himself, and there's 2 outs.
Nice play, Yuli. You know what I like about Yuli over there at first base, too? Is that when he picks up ground balls, he's thinking about taking it himself first. Kind of keeping the pitcher out of harm's way. Only flipping it if he feels that he ultimately needs to.
Why add to the difficulty?
Yeah, and it saves that pitcher a little bit, too. Seen some late breaks. We saw Felix Hernandez early in this series. Maybe on a play where Valencia could have taken it himself.
By the way, the King is fine, according to their manager. He's good to go. Felix Hernandez, a little groin strain in that first game of the series in the home opener for the Astros, but he'll be ready for a start on Saturday. Davinsky with a 1-1 count. He has been outstanding, as Allison Ray notes on Twitter. And he's ahead 1-2.
Wow, good location.
He struck Valencia out for the final out of the 8th.
Working that inside corner and just painting. Credit Evan Gaddis. He's getting some calls on that inside corner.
Two and 2 the count to Valencia. He has struck out 3 times in 4 at-bats. Davinsky, a quick worker. One hop to Bregman. takes his time, makes a strong, accurate throw, and we head to the bottom of the 11th. Davinsky retiring 12 of the 13 batters in 4 shutout innings.
Here in the broadcast when you voted this the most signature moment of Tal's Hill as we say goodbye, but also back to 2002. Lance Berkman, the winner, will always be remembered. Tal's Hill will always be remembered for that great fall and smile. This doesn't get old.
It really doesn't, because you're trying to figure out how he didn't turn the glove over yet still made the catch.
Quite a rally.
The chuckle at the end is the best.
Yeah, he never took himself too serious. He went out there and played the game as good as anybody I've ever seen, but he had a blast doing it.
Hopefully the Astros are laughing after this one as they bat in the bottom half of the 11th inning. They will face the 7th Mariners reliever tonight, and the 8th pitcher overall as Nick Vincent takes over. He'll face 8, 9, and 1 for the Astros, which now looks like this. Josh Reddick, who started the game, Nori Aoki, who came on in the 8th inning, and back to the top of the order for George Springer. Reddick looking for his first hit tonight. Vincent misses up high, ball 1. Vincent pitched in the first game, the opening day game on Monday night. Went 2/3 of an inning, allowed a run. Called strike to Reddick, 1-1. The only guy left in the Seattle bullpen is a guy who has never thrown a pitch in a major league game. Chase DeYoung. 1-1 pitch on the ground, past the shift. In the right field, Reddick digging for 2. He's our leadoff base runner with a double here in the bottom half of the 11th inning.
Great start. How about hitting a rocket into the shift and off the glove of Robinson Cano? Down and in that lefty happy spot. It was kind of interesting. Watch Danny Valencia. Ball was smoked. He really didn't have much of a chance to break for it, but he shut it down because he knew that Robinson Cano was behind him, expecting Cano to make the play, and he does, and off his glove, it actually helped out Reddick getting into second base.
So Reddick at second, nobody out. Nori Aoki, who can handle the bat at the plate. Mariners going through their defensive signals.
Got a bunt here, right?
You would think the corners are expecting it. Aoki shows bunt, bunts it foul. Nori Aoki has 28 career home runs in the major leagues. One of them has come against Nick Vincent. He's 2 for 3 with a home run.
You don't want him to bunt?
I think bunt's still in play, though. If he gets to 2 strikes, though, at least he's had some success against this guy.
Well, there was a situation back in the 8th inning where the Astros led off with a Correa base hit, Beltran base hit, and then Yuli Gurriel came up, and there was no sacrifice bunt. I'm not sure how often Yuli's actually done it, but we had a conversation with AJ in spring training, and I asked him about the bunt, and he said if it comes to a tight ball game and you need that 1 run, he will bunt. But Nori Aoki is a more typical guy you use to sacrifice bunt.
Showing it early, and this is way upstairs. 1-1. When you're a good bunter, you bunt at strikes.
Yes.
Too many guys go up there and feel the pressure of having to get the bunt down and chase pitches out of the zone.
Bunting is not easy, but if you practice and you're smart about it, you can get a decent pitch to lay down. But the key, like you're kind of talking about, is don't force it. It's even tougher when you know everybody in the ballpark knows you're going to do it.
Vincent has been tougher on right-handers in the past, but last year righties gave him as much trouble as lefties. Pitch is bunted back to the pitcher. Vincent's going to bobble and go to first. Looked like he had a play on Reddick, couldn't get a clean grasp of the baseball, and it goes for a sacrifice.
Ideally, you're looking to bunt the ball to the corners, namely the third baseman in this situation. So the third baseman charges, opens up third base for the runner at second to get to third. Reddick hesitated because this ball's bunted right back to Vincent. Reddick hesitated. Vincent had a clear shot at third base, but with the hesitation in the bobble, opted to go to first base. So that worked in the favor of the Houston Astros. That is not where you want to bunt the ball.
He is easily out if that's a clean transfer by Vincent. Easily. Instead, runner on third, 1 out, infield in for George Springer. Makes a called strike. Vincent throws the slider more than he throws the fastball. And he's ahead of Springer 0-2. Astros are in this position because of a George Springer 2 RBI double.
Hang in there, madman. Stay with us. Vincent throws that cutter slider around 51% of the time.
Especially ahead of the count. In the air towards the line and right. Got a lot of hang time. Haniger in foul territory is going to let it drop.
Interesting play.
That would have been a tough play for him to make the throw home because he was not going to be in good throwing position had he made the catch.
Yeah, the further he had to run, the more I thought it was going to let it drop. Obviously, if it's in fair territory, he's got to make a play on it, but I think he made the right decision because his momentum was taking him towards that foul line, and he wouldn't be in a good position to throw. I completely agree. There's a good look at the red light, green light, yellow light. Haniger, we've heard good stories about his range in the outfield, and he does have a decent arm. But again, you're going to test the young man with the speed of the Astros.
On the ground with the infield in, Segura makes a nice play to get Springer. And that's a big out, 2 away here in the bottom half of the 11th.
Big play, but you're not out of the woods yet. See the infield in. A little pull on the left. That's basically all Segura could do, because if he takes a deeper angle, that's an easy read for Josh Reddick to go home on.
It's up to Alex Bregman with 2 outs. Bregman walked, doubled, reached on an error his last time up. That slider away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Astros have left 11 on tonight. Trying to wrap up this game in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Now Vincent ahead 1-2. When Vincent pitched in the game Monday night on opening day, he faced Bregman, Altuve, Correa, and Beltran. He walked Alex Bregman. That was the first time these two guys faced off against each other.
Rick Riz dove out of the way of that foul ball, went in the booth.
Yeah, right into the Seattle radio booth on that foul ball.
As much as we talked about that slider, Vincent's really gone to the fastball here.
Good battle. Alex Bregman hanging alive with 2 strikes. In the dirt, 2-2.
Gets picked by Zunino.
If you remember that walk against Vincent on opening day, Bregman was down in the count, ended up working an 11-pitch at bat before he walked. This has shades of the same kind of plate appearance. In the air to center field, playable. Leonis Martin waits for it. And it comes out of the Houston sky for the final out of the bottom of the 11th. We head to inning 12, 2-all. Dominated series, and tonight about 4 hours ago Charlie Morton started this game.
Did an excellent job. He did have the velocity, went 6 strong. Third straight night you've seen an Astro pitcher go 6+ innings. Gave up 5 hits, 2 earned runs on that Segura home run, 4 punch outs. Used that defense behind him with a high ground ball percentage. But really the name that sticks out tonight is Chris Davinsky picking up that bullpen, going 4 innings out of that bullpen. Keeping the Astros in this ball game a couple times through this Seattle Mariner order. I said 4 innings. Guess how many punch outs? 7.
I love it.
Nasty stuff.
Devo was on point tonight. That changeup was filthy with those 7 strikeouts. Will Harris takes over and faces the bottom third of Seattle's order. Mike Zunino, Gerard Dyson, Leonis Martin. 2-0 the count to Zunino.
Good numbers. 8 games against the Mariners last year. He had a couple of saves, 1.13 ERA.
Success against the Mariners has been a theme for Will Harris in his career. Zunino sends this pitch deep to center field. Springer going all the way back. He's to the track. He lines it up. And right in front of the wall, a long, loud first out here in the 12th.
Even with Towles Hill gone, you can dare him to hit it out of center. Cimino gave it a good run. That's a tough part of Minute Maid Park. Gas pump is out there, and that's where that balcony kind of reaches out over the field. Got to stay with it. George does. Good play.
Dyson with a bunt. Gurriel gloves, bobbles, throws late. Dyson with great speed picks up a bunt base hit. That is the first hit for the Mariners since the Gene Segura home run back in the 5th inning.
Dyson likes using those wheels. Saw a good bunt earlier. Keuchel made a great play on him. No chance for Will Harris right here.
That game at Globe Life Park in Arlington is over. The Indians with a 5 spot in the top half of the 9th inning defeat Texas 9-6. Big swing, no contact, nothing in 1. Dyson got something in his eye on that pickoff attempt. Two-2 game. We're in the top half of the 12th inning. So the Indians come back on opening day. They come back tonight. They sweep the series in Texas. Off day tomorrow. They are off and running to a 3-0 start. Astros hoping to match them with a win tonight in extra innings. And that is a difficult series for the Rangers to start the season, getting swept at home.
Just interesting to look at that. Last couple games, their bullpen has had the lead, but given it up.
We were looking at Sam Dyson's numbers. So far, he's pitched 1 full inning. 2/3 of an inning on the first loss with 3 earned runs. Tonight, 1/3 of an inning and 5 earned runs. So 8 earned runs in 1 full inning for Dyson with the Rangers. Pickoff attempt at first. This Dyson, Gerard goes back safely. What Chris Davinsky did certainly helps the Astros' ability to win this game, but it also sets them up for tomorrow too in the final game of this series. 4 innings of shutout baseball, saving the bullpen. There goes Dyson. The pitch is bobbled, and no throw by Gaddis. Stolen base for Dyson.
Talk about Dyson being put in this outfield by Jerry Dipoto, coming over from Kansas City to cut down on some of the fly balls dropping in the outfield. He also does something on the base paths too. That bunt turned into a double with his ability to be able to steal second. Pretty much score on any base hit right now.
And Carlos Correa is going to make sure he doesn't get a big lead at second. He is practically on the bag.
Really might be the only guy that can test those outfield arms.
Pitch misses from Harris, 3-1. Harris was very good in the second half of spring training. Came out with a perfect inning in his 1 inning of work last night, retiring the 1-2-3 hitters of the Mariners in that 7th inning. There goes Dyson for third. Ball is popped up. Alex Bregman should have a play, calls everybody off, and there's 2 away.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Looked like Dyson had third base.
So now it's Harris on Gene Segura. 2 outs, runner on second base. Just making sure Dyson doesn't think about third again. A little pick at second.
I'm not sure. I thought Altuve was making sure he didn't steal that patch of dirt behind second.
Chopper towards the mound. Harris, tough play off the mound, makes it cleanly, and we head to the bottom of inning 12. Astros will have Altuve, Correa, Beltran due up. Bottom half of the 12th inning, all tied at 2. Beautiful look at downtown Houston on this Wednesday night. Fans hanging in there tonight.
There you go. Andrew is ready to go.
This game is approaching the 4-hour mark.
You need that Astros blanket tonight. It's a little chilly out there.
There you go. Speaking of 4 hours. Well, the right guys are due up right here. Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, Carlos Beltran, trying to wrap things up in the bottom half of the 12th inning against Nick Vincent. Away 1-0. Was talking about Davinsky and what he can do for the bullpen. Seattle's got 3 guys that have pitched in back-to-back days. They also had Edwin Diaz throw 28 pitches. Now Vincent getting extended. They do have 1 guy coming back from paternity leave tomorrow who hasn't pitched in this series. But their bullpen is much more taxed. We haven't seen Yandel Gustave yet, although he's warming up. We haven't seen Brad Peacock yet. He's available. As this game goes on further, the Mariners have 1 choice of a pitcher beyond Vincent, and that's a guy who's never thrown a pitch in the major leagues, Chase DeYoung.
They're in there stitching his name on the back of the uni right now.
2-0 pitches away. It's 3-0. So this is probably Vincent's game to keep going if he can. It would be quite a situation to put a young man into a tie game in extra innings for his big league debut.
I think those guys in the dugout know this is their opportunity.
3-1 as that pitch is poured over. Altuve looking for his first hit tonight. Ooh. That was a good rip.
Yes.
3-2. Jose wouldn't mind seeing that pitch again.
I wouldn't mind seeing Altuve see that pitch again, hammer it.
On the ground towards Segura. And there's 1 out. Tough night for Altuve, now 0 for 6. Well, since the 5th inning, the Mariners have just 1 hit. Since the 6th inning, the Astros have 8 hits. Astros have had many more opportunities to win this game late. Then the Mariners, but here we stand 2-2 in the bottom half of the 12th inning. Correa batting for the 6th time. He has a hit in 5 at-bats.
They are just missing. Wow. Baseball is a crazy game.
Carlos just under that pitch, 0-1. Now Vincent ahead, no balls and 2 strikes.
Man.
Correa drove in a run against Vincent in game 1 of this series. Sac fly to center field. Doesn't chase there, 1-2. Mariners have used 7 of their 8 relievers. Thanks to Chris Davinsky, Will Harris just the 4th reliever used by H.A. Hinch. Correa stays alive. Astros and Mariners playing a lot of low-scoring games in this series. 3-0 Stros in the home opener. 2-1 Houston last night. Tonight 2-2 in the 12th. On the ground, diving stop, Segura from his back. Not in time. Wow. Correa beats it out.
Wow. How does Segura get so much on that throw?
That was a bullet with no leverage.
That was incredible. Lays out. That was a seed. That ball's hit well. Even though it's on the ground, that exit velocity is great, but my goodness. That's not a good throwing position. That's a hose.
It's not how you teach it, but
no, that's eerily reminiscent of what Ken Caminiti could do in an Astros uniform from his backside.
Carlos Beltran, the batter. That is an impressive display of athleticism by Gene Segura. And you can see Correa just barely safe. Beltran fouls one off his foot at the plate, 0-1. Beltran started this game 0 for 3, but singles in his last 2 at-bats. Had so many big moments for the Astros in 2004. That young fan's hanging in there through 12 innings with the Carlos love. Correa on first, Beltran at the plate. Low, ball 1-1. A lot of fans have been standing for almost the entire extra innings. Not everybody, but they're standing. You gotta love that.
You do. There's guys in this lineup that could drive one out of the ballpark, and you want to be there to witness it.
You want to be standing already as Beltran fouls one back to the screen.
Another guy that just missed a pitch. My goodness. We've seen Vincent just have enough to miss the barrel. No wonder she's been so quiet.
How are the photos looking?
Working on my photography skills. Oh, goodness.
Good for you.
Are any of those going to be printable?
Maybe. If I can get it in focus.
Can you take a shot of a walk-off here?
Yeah.
Upstairs, 2-2. Carlos Beltran has been in this situation numerous times in his career, playing in his 20th big league season. Last played for the Astros in 2004, where he had a monster second half and especially a postseason to remember. 2-2 pitch, rip, diving stop, Valencia, throw to second for 1. The relay in time for a double play. Great defensive turn by Danny Valencia at first base.
Pretty amazing. Didn't see that one coming, but they needed some defense behind Vincent to pick him up. That was a heck of a play. Not far off the bag, but lays out. Strong throw to second and available for the return. The Astros and Mariners, and a new pitcher is on the mound for the Houston Astros. It is going to be right-hander Yandel Gustave.
See what Gustave did last year, coming on for the Astros here in the 13th inning. He made the team on the final day of spring training. See what he did in September, held opponents to less than a 200 batting average. Gustave takes over for Will Harris, who pitched the 12th. Tough part of the lineup for Gustave in his 2017 debut. 24-year-old will face Mitch Haniger, Robinson Cano, and Nelson Cruz. Haniger takes a called strike, 0-1. Gustave, fastball slider, made his major league debut last August 11th at Minnesota. Haniger fouled back to the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. Well, we knew Nick Vincent had to throw some bullets because the last pitcher in the Seattle bullpen was a rookie who had never thrown a major league pitch. He's now warming. Chase DeYoung warming up for Seattle. He's their final bullpen option. Technically, the Astros have 3 other options, although they don't want to see Luke Gregerson or Ken Giles pitch a 3rd straight day. They have Gustave. They still have Brad Peacock back there. 1-2 pitch, just missed inside. It's 2-2.
Yeah, Peacock's an interesting guy to have out there. He was extended in spring training, had a couple of starts, so you know that there's plenty of bullets in that arm. Maybe throw a couple innings.
Misses the corner, and now after getting ahead 1-2, the count's full. Pitchers in this game for the Astros: Charlie Morton for 6, Tony Sipp for a 3rd, Michael Feliz for 2/3, Chris Davinsky, a brilliant 4 innings of no-hit, 1-walk baseball, 7 Ks. Will Harris for an inning, and now Yandel Gustave. Just missed on the inner half, ball 4.
I've seen guys get some pitches off the inside corner, not this one. Sets up a good target, brings it back. Just not enough for Doug Eddings.
Gustave's only faced 1 Mariner in this lineup prior to tonight. That's Mike Zunino, who won't bat for another 5 batters in this inning. Here's Robinson Cano. Very unusual night for both the 3-hitter for the Astros, Jose Altuve, and the 3-hitter for the Mariners, Robinson Cano, combined 0 for 11.
Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, runs responsible for in 2016. These guys are their offense. They were the offense last year. They had a couple of key guys in that lineup that helped out, but they have been traded in for some defense. So a lot of the Seattle Mariner offense is going to rely on those 3 guys.
Gustave missing again. It's 2-0. So he got ahead of Haniger 1-2 and walked him, and now he's behind Cano 2-0. This is a dangerous spot.
And you see what the big 3 have done in this series. Only 3 hits out of all 3 of them. None of them have gone to Nelson Cruz.
Three and 0. Gustave last year in 14 appearances, 15 in the 3rd innings. Only walked 4, but tonight he's walked 1, and he's behind 3-0 on Cano. Green light, 3-1.
Nice.
I mentioned Brad Peacock still an option. He's now starting to loosen in the Astros bullpen. Gustave needs to find the zone against a tough hitter who drove in 25 runs against the Astros last year.
That's one thing. You want to go out there and make a big league roster. Next thing you know, you're facing some pretty dangerous hitters.
And it's now 3-2.
I see a little frustration in that swing, expanding the zone. Even the best find this game hard.
Apparently some wolf packs have made it through into the stands tonight at Minute Maid Park.
Would have been thirsty earlier in the game.
Ball 4. Runner was on the move. That's why Gaddis jumped out of the crouch. But back-to-back walks issued by Yandel Gustave. And now 2 on, nobody out. And Nelson Cruz the batter.
It's going to get a conversation from pitching coach Brent Strom. We keep seeing Gustave missing to the arm side. Brent Strom is very keen on what these guys do mechanically to get the ball back in the strike zone. So I'm sure this is a conversation maybe mechanically on how to get that fastball back in the zone. Because the velocity's still there. It's just not the release point he wants to see.
This spring, Gustave appeared in 11 games, matching the most for the Astros. Just gave up 2 runs. 2 runs he gave up came in the same game where he walked 3.
Remember, it came down to James Hoyt, Yandel Gustave. Gustave 1 out. Doesn't mean that James Hoyt lost by any means. It just means that the organization felt that Gustave was a better option.
Pitch low to Nelson Cruz, 1-0.
And a lot of it has to do with matchups.
How about that?
Man.
Mariners manager Scott Servais said his team needs a big hit to loosen everything up. They may not need a hit if Gustave can't find the strike zone. It's now 2-0 after 2 walks. Yandel Gustave, 2017 debut. Four-year-old right-hander struggling with the strike zone. There is one.
Gosh, Doug Eddings. I know that sometimes the umpire will lose sight of the zone when a pitcher is not hitting the zone. But when a pitch hits the corner like that, it'd be nice to have the guy give you the benefit of the doubt and give you the call.
Four-pitch walk. Third one looked pretty good. The other 3 were not close, and A.J. Hinch has seen enough after 3 straight walks. And his right-hander Yandel Gustave, he is going to go to Brad Peacock here. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Gustave is going to leave the game here in the 13th inning. Evening at the plate, Cano and Altuve combined 0 for 11, talking things over here in the 13th inning of a 2-2 game. Cano walked in this inning, one of 3 walks issued by Yandel Gustave, and now he gives way to Brad Peacock.
Here you look at the numbers from Brad Peacock last season. 1.11 whip is pretty nice. .93 average in 5 September starts. Got himself onto this ball club with McHugh going on the deal. It opened up a spot in that bullpen. Peacock pitched well in spring training. A little bit of earning his way on and having a roster spot open up helped him out. But here, big situation. Bases juice, nobody out.
Tough night for Gustave. Couldn't find the strike zone. Missed with 12 of the 17 pitches he threw. He's responsible for all 3 on base, and now a bases loaded, no out situation with the infield in. Kyle Seager, the batter. Inside, ball 1. Peacock, 29-year-old right-hander, has faced Seager more than anybody else on this Mariners team. Seager 7 for 20 in his career against Peacock. Gets by the catcher Gaddis, and he turns around and fields it and does not allow the runners to advance.
Home field advantage, maybe. Good play. How about a pop out and a double play?
Astros need something. Mariners only have 1 hit since the 5th inning, but 3 straight walks and now a 2-0 count to Seager. 3-0. They are not making the Seattle offense earn it here in the 13th. That's the theme this year, earn it. There's a strike. Bases loaded walk, 4 straight walks to start the 13th inning. Seattle takes a 3-2 lead.
To be honest, I didn't see this coming. Both Gustave, Peacock looked pretty good in spring training. But yeah, I'm with you. If you're going to lose, you want to have get beat by the hit, not by the walk.
Nothing the defense can do in this inning. 4 straight walks, and here's Danny Valencia.
With that, you put the defense on their heels.
Broken bat. Barrel goes all the way out to the pitcher's mound. The ball goes into the dugout.
I mean, they're getting beat, and they're just getting absolutely destroyed on the inside.
Since the 5th inning, when Segura hit that 2-run home run that gave the Mariners a 2-0 lead, they have an infield hit by Dyson on a bunt in the 12th inning. And that's it in terms of base hits.
Ouch.
Walk in the 6th, walk in the 7th, walk in the 8th. 4 walks here in the 13th. In the air, center field. Not very deep. Springer comes on. They're not going to challenge the arm of George Springer as he throws it on one hop into Yuli Gurriel, and that's a big out for Brad Peacock.
Tell you what, you limit the damage with 1 run. I know it came in via the walk, but if you get out of this inning only giving up that 1 run, you're giving your offense an opportunity against the rookie coming in to answer back and possibly win the ball game. It's not out of reach for this offense to get a couple of guys on and square one up.
You wouldn't mind seeing a ground ball towards the middle of the infield with the shift. That could turn into a double play. Zunino pitched way away. Nice stop by Evan Gattis.
Wow. Some of that lateral movement that he had been working on in spring training.
Two 2-0 the count. A lot of hitters counts this inning for the Mariners. Walk to Haniger, walk to Cano, walk to Cruz, walk to Seager. Fly out to shallow center from Valencia. Now Zunino with a 2-0 count. That's a strike.
How about that? Fastball hitter and a fastball count. Takes the fastball.
Trying to make the Astros throw pitches over the plate. It's been a tough zone to find in this top half of the 13th inning. There's a strike, 2-2. Peacock, who came on with the bases loaded and nobody out, can limit this to a 3-2 lead heading to the bottom half of the 13th inning. Don't forget, Chase DeYoung's never pitched in a major league game, and he is warming up as the last option in the Seattle bullpen. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Peacock. 2 away.
Nicely done. Big situation with the bases loaded. Peacock bouncing back after walking in the run, but just blowing the doors off Zunino with 3 straight fastballs.
So after getting the right hand hitting Danny Valencia and the right hand hitting Mike Zunino, now Peacock deals with a lefty Gerard Dyson. Bases loaded, 2 outs. after 4 straight walks, have given the Mariners a 3-2 lead. Dyson with a bunt hit and a stolen base his last time up. Nothing in 2.
Some better command of that fastball. That is a pitcher's pitch.
Swing and a miss. They limit the damage after 4 straight walks to make it a 3-2 game.
Big bottom of the 13th for the Houston Astros. They've got Gurriel, Gaddis, and Reddick with an opportunity. Rally dance.
Looking to make something happen for the Stros here with Yuli Gurriel, Evan Gaddis, and Josh Reddick 2 up.
Oh man, they are getting it.
It's been a long game, 4 hours and 16 minutes old so far.
See the kid in the background. Just looking at those two guys like, that's me someday.
Fans still revved up.
Yeah, they're hanging out. They want to see some electricity here.
Here's the kid. Welcome to the major leagues, Chase DeYoung. He has never pitched a major league game in his life. He has never had a professional save in his career, a starting pitcher in the minor leagues. And he makes his major league debut.
Here's a look at those numbers between AA and AAA. From what we can dig up on him, he's got a fastball around 90, 92. Slider and a changeup.
He started 25 games last year for Tulsa. Only pitched 1 game out of the bullpen in the last 2 seasons, and he starts out Gurriel with a strike, 0-1. Off the end of the bat, DeYoung will make the play himself, and there's 1 out. Chase DeYoung only on the Seattle team because Dylan Overton and his wife just had their first baby, and he left the team on a paternity leave. Overton will be back tomorrow, so DeYoung knows this is his 1 shot.
This is it. Is that not crazy?
And he has a chance to save a major league game, and he's never had a save in his professional career. Pitch number 200 from Seattle pitching tonight. Gaddis lays off. Away 2-0. This young man is 23 years old. And he's fallen behind Gaddis 3-0. Working very quickly. Reddick on deck. Aoki to follow. Ryan McCann looms in the dugout as well. There's a pitch up high. 4-pitch walk. Well, one side gave up 4 walks in the 13th inning, and there's the first walk issued to the Astros in the bottom half. There are no more bullets for Scott Service. It is the young man's debut and his game here in the bottom of the 13th.
What do you say Josh Reddick goes top turnbuckle right here and walks it off?
Reddick, after not hitting a spring home run, hit one in the exhibition series against the Cubs to wrap up the Texas part of spring training after no home runs in the Grapefruit League. This kid has missed on 5 straight pitches now.
Nerves might be setting in a little bit. That's what's tough as a hitter. You know the guy's been all over the place the 5 pitches previous, but you got to make sure you keyhole right here. And if you do get it, don't miss it.
On the inner half, a strike. Don't forget, the boys out in center field have been waiting a long time. And the Astros postgame show will follow this game. Brett Dolan, Mike Stanton, talking about Charlie Morton, Chris Davinsky, and others. 1-1 pitch popped up, foul territory. Cano calls off Valencia. And the Seattle second baseman puts it away for out number 2.
Tonight's player of the game is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. It is Chris Davinsky. He did a phenomenal job picking up this bullpen. After Charlie Morton went 6 strong, they needed some relief help in this tie ball game, and it was Chris Davinsky. Racked up 7 strikeouts in 4 innings. Walked 1, but other than that, nobody touched him. Did a great job keeping that ball down. The changeup looked amazing this evening.
DeYoung with a called strike, 0-1. Aoki batting for the 3rd time tonight. He walked, and he had a sacrifice bunt his last time up, so no official at bats. Inside, almost hits him. 1-1.
How about the number of runners left on in this game? 11 by the Mariners, 12 by the Astros, and possibly counting. This has not been an offensive series at all. Offensive, maybe.
Fouled back, it's 1-2. But Chase DeYoung, right-hander out of Long Beach, California. 1 pitch away from saving this game for the Mariners and picking up his first professional save. In his major league debut. Aoki with a count of 1-2, trying to hang in there. Ground ball, left side, base hit, past the diving Seager into left. Astros have life, 1st and 2nd, 2 outs.
It's hard to tell sometimes if Aoki's running from it or trying to hit it. Kind of bailed out on that pitch right there, but just slapped it the other way, and with all the infield shifted away from that 3rd base line, he just snuck it down there. That was beautiful. This is something you can't teach. Throw the rear end in the dugout and the barrel towards the baseball. Go get him. Gosh, that is some kind of special.
Gaddis represents a tie game on 2nd. Aoki, the game winner on 1st. 2 outs. George Springer. Away, 1-0. Springer has driven in the only 2 runs for Houston tonight with that bases loaded double in the 7th. A.J. Hinch looking on. He's Fans have stayed around a long time tonight looking for a dramatic 13th inning walk-off.
How's your voice feeling? You ready for this?
Hitting the cough button a few times.
You're ready for this, William, right here, though.
You feel it on this pitch.
Kind of feeling it.
Springer started the season with a home run, first batter of the year for the Astros. Popped up, foul territory, drifting and going into the crowd. Two and one.
I've been nervous on too many foul balls. I was kind of anxious on that one. I thought Valencia was going to have a shot. I'm glad it drifted a little bit.
Still a hitter's count.
George has got to be thinking on that outer third. I'm not sure the rookie wants to throw anything middle to middle in. But George has plenty of pop going to the opposite field. We've seen it in a lot of spray charts.
Tried to hold up, he went around. Once again, the Astros down to their final strike.
Still got one left. Again, that might have been a situation where he was guessed right, just couldn't lay off.
In the dirt, gets away, not far enough for either runner to advance. Job by Zunino to pounce on that.
That was pretty good.
But now Blummer with a 3-2 count and 2 outs. Head starts for Evan Gattis and Orioles.
And right now you're thinking gap to gap. Zunino again on a breaking ball. Didn't really go down to block it, tried to pick it. But right now George is thinking up the middle from gap to gap. Left center field, right center field with the runners in motion. Aoki can run a little bit. Just want to see some open territory out there and let Aoki run.
DeYoung in his major league debut with a 3-2 pitch coming, 2 runners on, trying to protect a 1-run lead. High fly ball to right field, all the way back and gone. Walk it off, George Springer. Astros down to their final strike twice in the bottom of the 13th. They're 3-0. That is a great call, Mr. Blum.
George likes to show up in big situations. We talked about he might be the stick that stirs this drink. He's a gatekeeper at Club Astro. He keeps these guys loose, but he always seems to find himself right in the middle of all the action the Astros go through. But just sit back and enjoy. It was a great AB against a guy he's never faced before. Finally got that slider. Didn't exactly crush it, but he knew he got enough of it, especially here at Minute Maid Park with those Crawford boxes coming right at you.
This ball lands 1 row deep into the Crawford boxes. What a finish. What a dramatic moment for George Springer and the Astros.
I just love the enthusiasm of George. We talked about how his talent can overwhelm the game sometimes. Right there it did. Ability, enthusiasm, and you think this team hasn't come together really quick? Look at him right here, having some fun.
Guess who Julia's standing by with?
Thanks a lot. We're letting George catch his breath. You're down to your last strike right there. How do you get a hold of that one?
Just trying to get something up in the zone, and I went down after a curveball 2-1 and just trying to get to the next guy, and ended up hitting a homer.
A big one, and the way that you guys win this one, a long game where you were struggling to get guys across the plate, how does that feel?
That's awesome. I mean, hats off to our staff again, man. That's unreal. I mean, Davinsky, Will, Gustave, I don't care. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, it's a good team win right there.
Just the way that you take a series from Seattle. I know you got one more with them tomorrow, but this is a great start for this team.
It is. I'm happy. I know the boys are are probably happy too. And you know, we'll go have some fun with this one, but we got to come back again tomorrow.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah, no problem.
George Springer with the big swing, the hero tonight as the Astros win it in the 13th. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more after this.